Well, welcome everybody. Could make it Sacramento. Everybody on the line. I mean, that way. Pretty packed agenda today. So I'm going to suggest that as a way to look at this, I want to save adequate time for our expert speakers at the end. And we have 8 segments of report outs in our 2 hours, and we have a break in there, 15 minutes. So that means less than 15 minutes per segment as we're talking through. And I just want to, acknowledge that may not give everybody adequate time to say everything that they want to say, or maybe too much time, in which case, we'll just move on to the next one with that. And was there any public input on the agenda, John? We need to. Yes? Okay. Why don't we go to roll call? Christy.
I am here.
John. Kelsey. Nathaniel is, he's not in the place, but he's listening. Am I correct, Jen?
Yes, Nathaniel's joining as a member of the public, but he's on the line.
Okay. And Matt, is that also the case for Matt? Jen, can you let us know if Matt Holmes is on the line as well?
Matt Holmes, are you on the line? I know he's been working with Adam on this. I don't see Matt.
I don't see Matt.
William. Laura.
Yeah.
Aaron here. Debbie. Here. Gary. Here. Melissa. Here. Me. Ryan. Here. Thank you. Okay. Building on our meeting from last time when we started to have these report outs from our informal temporary ad hoc work groups, we're doing that again. We're going to start with a draft of some of the things we've been hearing and talking about as cross-cutting issues. We know that we've been assigned certain silos of work that follow the state's plan, but there are also things that cut across all of these that have surfaced that are somewhat controversial in nature. So the first slide that we're going to take a look at is really meant to provoke conversation and discussion and see, this is not in any way, shape, or form intended for comments. But if we could move to our first slide, these are things that in our evaluation were either highlighted in this plan, that we want to bring attention to and that cut across our different issues. These are in addition to the guiding principles that we have in a template document and the areas where we're directing attention to. So we're not trying to repeat those, but to capture some of the things that have been raised. So what I'd like to do in this portion is see what kinds of thoughts people have with regard to these cross-cutting issues. Are these in fact ones that we think do cut across all of the different areas that we can?
Yes. Okay, so I'm looking at bullet 4 on the bottom there, restoring and conserving cross-cutting habitat types. And I think that for agriculture, that one of our points was looking at restoring or diversifying farm edges and development of plant material and techniques that could enable that to happen and farm edges like hedgerows would be helpful. And I see there's a connection to urban seeds for that. There's also a goal of using plant material that's adapted to the region. We're going to do conservation and restoration.
How would you phrase that?
So I would say development of plant material that can be utilized for restoration and conservation efforts across urban scapes to agriculture to.
So,
But I think that then it's necessary to have.
so it's adaptive transition zones. So it's transitioning between agriculture and riparian, agricultural, urban, agriculture.
Yes, I mean, I guess I was thinking that the underpinning effort to provide that plant material might cross sector, so that there is selections that are available to enable the kinds of activities for restoration. Conservation.
For you, are you referring to like making sure that there's like sort of an abundance, like enough seeds or starts or whatever it is that's like regionally like ecotype specific, so that we're not like homogenized, actually like the
Like looking at the restoration across like for a longer perpetuity, not just the moment when we're allowed to provide care to it, then it'll be like we're looking at a longer term trajectory for that particular climate. And I guess an example would be
climate smart restoration. We have a whole program and what about that.
yeah. I'm just thinking that Mark can probably speak to this because of his work on the Rim Fire.
Right. Yeah, so I think one of the conversations is I understand that forest restoration. Private lands is taking material items. And that and a lot of commercially available might not be logically appropriate. For the challenge that covering and similarly, I think this could be an issue associated with urban areas, maybe about urban. Planning there. We've got adaptation to future climate conditions and water requirements for those species.
Can you speak a little bit louder? People on the line can't hear you.
Okay.
In general.
One of the things here is focus on restoring climate resilient native species across and within these segments. What I'm hearing Carrie talk about is that we may not have the plant matter. Is that more of a nursery issue? Is it a germplasm issue? Does this bullet kind of capture some of it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry, just to add, I think it's a germplasm and a supply issue, but it's also a sort of modeling science issue of understanding what it is should be planted. It's across the board.
Well, just two quick other things on that around forests. One is that the reforestation subgroup of the it has a long name, the wildfire and forest task force, or I don't know. Yeah, you know what I mean. They are working one of their work areas is about plant materials from cone collection all the way through nursery availability. And then I think there's an opportunity in a lot of these to highlight connections like is already in the scoping plan, but to reiterate the connections between this work and other state areas. So like the Cal Fire nurseries, they just restarted the LA Moran and they're actually producing conifers for private forest restoration and partnership between them and NRCS to answer some of those questions about what material. We don't need to get in the weeds, but I think there's opportunities to re-emphasize some of these other state efforts, like through CAL FIRE or through the 30 by 30 biodiversity around the restoring and using native species.
So are you also suggesting that it not just be within California, but recognizing that our political boundaries are limiting, that it also be boundary state? Corrected? Is that what you were suggesting there?
No, but I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just saying there's federal resources like the NRCS plant materials program does a lot of material development. So if there was agreement about what you wanted, then a partnership between NRCS and CAL FIRE to get that material, it would be a good idea.
Is this, you've been folks' mind instead of pathway. Because then we're thinking about targets versus pathways, like the social, political, and economic mechanisms needed to build this level of action. Are those, is it a pathway?
Well, at the moment, it's just a recommendation, and to get to there, you have several pathways. Actually, one is state-federal collaboration, others might be county-community collaboration, within state collaboration. That's what I think. We're getting feedback on bullets 3 and 4. Bullets 1 and 2. Any thoughts or feedback?
Including agriculture, we put in intros. To kind of germplasm. And cover crops, it's form of soil conservation, which we call soil health today. Would be another form of conservation. Fortunately, if we increase cover cropping to any extent in California, we run out of seed. So seed is this year, and germplasm is this year.
Goes back to Carrie's recommendation. So it sounds like there may be one cost-cutting issue here as a bullet that is ensuring appropriate, adequate supply of ecologically appropriate climate adapted seeds as something, because given the restoration focus and the emphasis on natives, that recognizing the supply chain is the it's also that this is relevant for soil conservation. Because
Sorry, everyone, can you please keep speaking up? We're having some trouble. Laura, you're the only one really coming through. The folks on the line.
Where is the microphone?
It's right in the front.
here,
And is, before I make this comment, is there another, how many slides are we gonna be going through across?
this is it.
Okay,
It's a single slide.
okay, so I think these actions here, I'll put out there that this also came up within the agriculture group, that these actions that we take also contribute to public health. And there are studies that look at how these kinds of actions contribute to public health, but also soil conservation contributes to public health. And so it seems like each of these different groups has an ability or an option to consider public health in our recommendations or our strategies. So that seems to be another option that not maybe public health is more under the lens of equity. That's another piece we have to examine in each of our documents.
There's a suite of co-benefits that were identified can equally be applied to these.
Yes.
That's what I'm hearing you say, and I would agree.
Microphone closer to the help, or is it it's Max? Wait. Try.
So it's a little bit here, you're saying that, so we have these co-benefits like human well-being. These areas, and because we're addressing the each of these areas, they don't necessarily have to consider cross-cutting things, even though they are sense cross-cutting, because they'll be dealt with in each of the sections.
What we're saying is that these actions also they also produce the benefits that we have the chart for. So that you won't see a chart for each one of these. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yes, I'm getting hung up as we're talking about it on resilient native species under certain climate scenarios, plant habitat suitability. Like when we say native, what's that baseline date we're talking about of suite of native species? Changes over time, hybridization, etc. And I'm mainly thinking about Southern California, right? There's all these different ecotypes mixing with each other. Are we talking about crossing political boundaries from Mexico, or I think it would just be helpful. Or am I the only one that's seeing or thinking that? In invasive species, how we use it in certain arenas, other people don't use it.
In our earlier sets of guidance, we all agreed on, we had agreed around native species. So what I'm hearing you say is should we put in a definition?
Yeah, I think that that would be helpful. Just to be clear.
Third bullet, I think, as I read that, I would see this in that bullet, but I want to make sure in that. I think that in the urban wildlife, wildland urban interface, we have an issue that biogenic carbon, which we're dealing with, can be also known as fuel for wildfires. And so whatever we do in ecosystems has an impact or has a potential impact on changing wildfire vulnerability, risk, and resilience of those ecosystems. And that one of those cross-cutting themes, I think particularly across the urban and others, is how managing natural lands may influence wildfire vulnerability to Earth.
Does this cut across all the segments, or is it more related to your, in other words, wildfire and wetlands?
Not so much, but
Okay,
but
so I
forest
think we're
products,
trying to- Yeah, we're trying to capture across every segment.
yeah.
I think it'd be okay if the only one effect was wetlands. I mean, I think this wetland urban interface does touch on most of the other categories that we're talking about, and there is a need to think about management that happens in those places quite differently than the management further away. And so I guess I'm wondering if there's something, I don't know if it's an additional bullet or a modification to one of the existing bullets that captures not just the climate resilient native species aspect, but really the fire resistant, resilient sort of necessity of the wildland urban interface.
Right.
And yeah. So I'm not sure what the modification or addition would be to try and that out. I think it's important. It's consistent also with a lot of priorities within the state as well. So
Yeah, I'm not sure how I agree, because I mean, if you think about the forest section and discussing wildland through its management, that certainly is done with reference to rural housing. And so to some extent, it may be dealt with within the forest section, shrublands, grasslands as well, but I just want to make sure that somewhere in here we're capturing the interaction between those native ecosystems and where people live. I think that's important.
So I have a question for Jen here, Jen and Adam, because early on we wanted to have urban Toowoomba, and the response was no, you just need to have urban systems. And we're hearing here also about these transitional habitats, whether it's agricultural to urban or suburban, or grasslands, rangelands to urban suburban. Is it in your mind something that we can capture within? Because this is about crossing over these different types. And so should we pull out a recommendation just to deal with weed issues? Because those aren't in the scoping plan in the same way, or the wildland urban interface.
okay,
Sorry about that. It's kind of like airy, fairy, wooey, wooey. I know it's just what's your recommendation on that?
Did we pull out were we recommendations?
Yeah. These transitional.
Or versus wrapping them into what urban? I don't have any strong opinion out of so good.
Yeah, so how we currently develop plans category. Honestly, it doesn't matter how you want to group them. It's really about the action. If you describe what the action is.
So I think Mark, your subgroup is being given permission.
Yeah.
to incorporate these WUI issues directly in.
Yeah, and that's fine. But I guess what I worry about when we're capturing is making recommendations for forests, for example. That recommendation will speak to how that will affect carbon scores in forested lands and and wildfire, say, resilience, but may not address how that may affect fire vulnerability to rural communities, for example.
Well,
And I would like to make sure we do that somehow.
well, I would also, I guess, but I would rather deal with wildland urban interface issues by ecosystem type because they're really different. And if you try and do it in urban, it also is, even though it's urban interface, the way it's not, right? Like most of California it's not a lot. Sure, there's a ton of it in Southern California, but there's a ton of it in the Sierra foothills.
Yeah.
Those areas are not urban. And the interaction between what you would do differently in the urban, in the WUI, has a different impact on forests than it does on shrublands, than it does on grasslands, and it has a different level of effectiveness. So I think if I would rather see each group incorporate some element of that consideration of what's the interaction between forest and climate resilience, urban, I mean, not forest, sorry, but what's the interaction between what you're going to do for climate resilient urban along with what's an implication of what you need to do for fire? And what does that mean for your ecosystem type in the week?
Well, I don't know, so I'm just gonna say for something that I'm most involved in, of course, we haven't really looked at that. And what I'm hearing here is that there are, well, the vegetation, the ecological communities in which that development is occurring is going to be different, and therefore you're going to be tailoring your recommendations. We aren't going to tailor each recommendation because we don't have the time or ability to do that. Our recommendation is going to be for the state to tailor that appropriately. With that to me does belong in a cost cutting arena in that case, rather than trying to pull it out each and every time. Because it might not come out as the top one within those areas.
I think that's fair.
So how would we change this bullet? Or do we want
We just need to add one.
Well, to me, it's like, I don't know what is meant by cross-cutting habitat touch, but it's really, to me, it's more transitional. It's like transitions between natural areas and urban areas. For wetland systems, it's like transition between wetlands, uplands, and climate change impacts as wetlands migrate. So it seems like highlighting that not just these individual systems are critical, but understanding interactions across systems. Across land types. Yes.
I have a similar question.
types of land uses?
Yeah, so what we mean by the last bullet is taking landscape and seascape level approaches towards restoration and conservation. Is that a fair assessment? Is that what's meant by that? Including like focus on transitions? Yeah.
So where this was coming from initially is that as we recognize that, riparian systems are incredibly important and they go from forests into shrub, into grass, and into urban. So, but there was no place to talk about riparian. So that was that. And then these other transitions you have within a forest, you have wet meadows, you have dry meadows. So we're not going to talk about just this meadow, we're going to talk about that system. So that it was to highlight that. And I think it's been a good discussion about the, it's transitional, it is ecologically appropriate. And so that either we can add another bullet that is simply around the develop systems, but it's kind of cutting between those two, number 3 and number 4.
Yeah.
It's between those two. We are now at 1:30. And in this very powerful role of chair, I'm going to suggest that if there are other comments on this slide, this is the time to make those.
I think one bullet that seems missing to me that I would like to consider adding is one, like taking a regional approach on enacting target. I think that seems like a cross-cutting theme that we've talked about in the past, is that as we implement, like as the state takes these recommendations and implements them, that regional target, like that regional approaches are really important.
We do have that in the template guidance, so we're trying not to repeat that. In the template guidance, we talk about considering this. So
So then one of the cross-cutting themes, like one of those cross-cutting chapters is gonna capture our guiding principles.
guiding principles will be in the report. But I agree with you, it is a very important piece. We're just trying not to try to use our space so we make unique points each time. So we'll work on a fifth bullet or a way to capture these points between 3 and 4, the particular area. All right, we'll go to the next slide, please.
Well, let's see if this is still within items.
Yeah, we,
So let's save,
sorry,
comment.
we should go to public comment actually on that first one, right, or no?
No, let's do public comment at the end of the whole item.
Okay,
Right, isn't
Right.
this within working group discussion?
yes, it is.
Well, Matt,
Matt, I'm really sorry, I didn't see you there.
be a member of the, but Matt's a member of the.
Oh, you're a member of the
And
public,
Sue
sorry.
is Nathaniel, because they're not a public location, so we have to wait till public comment, unfortunately, Matt, for your comments. So, I mean, Adam, can we do public comment?
Yeah.
Can we split it up within an item? Okay, let's just do that. I don't know. So we're doing public comment on the cross-cutting themes, which is within that second item on the agenda, Lori. And then we will do public comment after the working group report outs. Sound good?
All right,
So we have a comment in the room, and then I know we have some hands up, so let's start with in the room.
Afternoon. My name is Evan Baker. I'm an engineer from the California Compost Coalition. I've been working with the Natural Working Lands Climate Change Implementation Plan that was adopted in January 2019. All the metrics were rolled to the voting plan by CARB was adopted by CARB in December 2022. The cross-cutting issue is so important that it is here. There is sequestering carbon on natural working lands. There's good metrics in that report that talks about compost application, annual crop land 10,000 acres per year increase, 10 years for a new crop, area rangeland, and area pasture. So I represent all the independent composters in California make organic compost, certified by CDFA for organic inputs, and certified by CalRecycle for having health working permit. We're a growing industry and we do a lot of carbon farming projects. I work for Yellow Land and Cattle. We've got a project up there mimicking the wind farming project up in the Black Branch in East County doing agricultural compost of green waste only, no food waste. It's clean, it's processed elsewhere. So it fits in all the permitted systems, fully permitted organic compost. And we see that as a great opportunity for natural working land. So I worked hard back in 2017, 2019 to make sure that they had the right metrics, roll it into 2022, and CARB says that they're going to keep on implementing it. And hopefully this working group can recognize the past good work that everybody did and not forget about organic compost use on irrigated crop management with some of the metrics that have been well established for over 5 years.
I just want to flag that there is a whole subgroup on agriculture. It did report out last time. It will be reporting out today. And so absolutely compost has been looked at and it's being incorporated. So it may just be a timing issue within this meeting. We appreciate you highlighting that.
And this last meeting was well noted at the beginning of the meeting. I mean, hard to get here, so I know that there was another meeting earlier, health soil grants. We do a lot of the data to put compost on health soils and data. A lot of good work. It's what it lose the body of knowledge and not get rolled over to this.
Absolutely. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
And I hope you'll have a chance to stay when the agricultural subgroup reports out.
Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Yeah, my name's Cedric White. I work for Sierra Pacific Industries. I think on the conservation issue with respect to durability, I think there's a bang for a buck prioritizing, for example, conservation instance around forests or ag land, where you can also affect conversion to other uses. So you're gonna leverage that further, you know, in acknowledgement of limited resources for expensive items like purchasing conservation easements. That might be a prospect enough that in my mind.
We have Nathaniel and I can't see all the names, Jen, maybe you can, but
We cannot, so
there's
let's
Nathaniel
start with
and there's Nat, and then there's somebody underneath whose initials are not very legible to me.
Purchases.
Okay.
So Kim, let's go Nathaniel, Matt, and then Kim Arbuckle, if you can read off the hands after the two of them.
It'll be
Great.
Catherine Dodd.
Okay, so Nathaniel, you're up first.
I'm thinking about the hierarchy, the land use as a cross-cutting theme. We definitely came across that, and that is a major issue in the ag group. What I'm wondering though is if and this is certainly going to be something that's a next year question, but if there's a hierarchy of climate efficiency among the different land use options, and if and how we would integrate that into recommendations of best use of space.
Hierarchy in what sense?
So are you recommending that within these transitional areas, there be an element of planning guideline? I'm sharing the fact that I'm not quite understanding the point.
If we're assuming that that it's worse to put a subdivision on any of the given natural or agricultural landscapes, then are we also assuming, or does science tell us that there's some greater efficiency or greater climate related efficiency in keeping something in permanent crops versus row crops versus rangeland versus forest? And are we going to make recommendations toward policy that affects those land use decisions?
I'm just gonna say something that comes to mind with that is stigma. And like, I mean, that's gonna be a major land transitions in the Central Valley and San Joaquin. I don't know if that's either here or there. My mind just went to that one who's talking about that, because there's decisions about what does it go into? What does all this fallow land go into?
Well, I have to say that may be beyond the scope of this committee to make expert recommendations about land use planning decision-making. So, you know, Nathaniel, if you can come up with a bullet that makes sense to you that we can incorporate in a later discussion, that would be great. But if not, it doesn't feel well formed enough for me at this point to say that's a bullet. Yeah. Then Catherine Dodds, I think, is what we heard.
So this is Catherine Dodd, and I'm calling in because of I will comment after the ag work group, but the definition of riparian is essential in here. The California Department of Forestry insists that riparian has to have a running stream. In the last 15 years with the drought, we have lost running streams and they are now seasonal streams. So local counties are no longer protecting former riparian areas. And this is a perfect committee to make a recommendation that riparian needs to be expanded because of course the shade from the trees is essential. as well as the trees are essential in terms of climate change. So I'm hoping that you will say riparian areas and other seasonal stream areas. It's only going to get worse. Thank you.
Matt?
Yeah, thanks. Sorry I'm not there, everybody. What a morning. Just a recommendation would be that, I appreciate all the technical input. I'm still of the opinion that fighting climate change is not a technical challenge, that it's a decolonization challenge. And the reason why we're facing all these problems, there are the asymmetries of power in California. That's why we can be the smartest committee in the world and you hand it down to a local county that's basically a Klan rally in disguise, and their land use authority is going to empower them to do whatever the hell they want. So my bullet would be to increase the relevance of conservation in public lands by pursuing radical inclusion policies across all state agencies. The historically disinvested and underrepresented populations that don't know that the world exists, that they own those lands, don't show up and they don't vote. You can see this at all of the state committee meetings. The people that show up are the people that are either paid to be there or have some really wonderful, beautiful quirk in them that makes them give their life to these things. But the fact is, global climate instability is a result of a power imbalance. And unless we start talking about that and involving the rest of the state of California, we're never going to solve it. So it's like World War II, all hands on deck, and we don't necessarily need to know which shrub or forb is perfect for this landscape. We just need to get out there and get to work with everybody involved. So I think there was a bullet in there, Lori, about increase the relevance of conservation of public lands for historically underrepresented communities. That seems Pollyanna enough to call out the white supremacy and white violence that caused this problem.
I know we had a discussion about not repeating ourselves and cross-cutting themes versus later in the document, but it is possible that we could make a cross-cutting recommendation of community inclusion and involvement, because it does seem like that has come up with every land type and maybe worth putting up front.
And Nathaniel mentioned it too in our a couple of meetings ago about self-determination. And I think that'll end up being important. I mean, we're talking about it over and over in different terms.
Okay,
So,
for a couple more public comments.
yeah, so next is, I'll keep a roll.
I think they might be having technical difficulties, so we're just going to take a minute and let them get back online. Apologies again, they're working to get back online. It'll be just a few more minutes. Thank you.
Is this my guest?
Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. I put it first.
Okay.
It's so stable. Hey Nathaniel, can you hear us?
Yeah. Okay, you can hear me? Okay. People are responding. Okay, can you all hear us on the line?
Yes, we
Yep.
can hear you and see you.
Kill the owl.
Okay,
Sounds good.
really sorry about this, everyone. Hopefully, okay. Just keep us posted. Yeah. Okay, we're good.
Sounds good.
I don't know about that, but you know. No, we're talking about this. Okay, we lost some network.
Yeah. That's the thing. This one?
Yeah,
Is it locked?
it is. Oh, so I went out to get Hunter, but I couldn't find Hunter, but then someone had to let me in.
Uh-oh, don't get, Lori.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna maybe need to run a little long today, or we'll just, so we can have just a couple more minutes for public comment.
Yeah, of course.
And then move forward.
Okay, so folks on the line, sorry about our connectivity problems, but hopefully they're improving. Just, we're gonna resume with the public comment where we think we froze. So Jim Wilson, you're up next for public comment. Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, the audio is better. Thanks a lot. I'm Jim. I am here in Napa. Thanks for these committee meetings. Here in Napa County, we have a net zero goal of 2030 for carbon neutrality. Each of the cities, the county, the RCD, the school district. So help us out, please, with that. We're putting a climate action plan together. We understand the statutory requirements. Please understand our requirements. Take a look at Monica Noon. She writes about forest ecosystems and other global ecosystems. that say when they lose their carbon, that carbon's irrecoverably lost. Keep that in mind. There's no offsetting anymore in this short time horizon that we have to do that. We no longer have the luxury of time to take forest biomass, incinerate it, or some other way, process it, protect against some future fires, and say that we can recover that lost carbon. Just please keep that in mind. Finally, look at Senator Becker's current Senate Bill 308. It's about durable carbon credits. This is about requiring net negative emissions to last 100 to 1,000 years. So when we're talking about carbon sequestration, we're talking about durable 1,000-year locking up of that carbon. And then finally, please take a look at what happened last month. That was Dave Cortese's Senate Resolution 34. And that was a declaration by the state of California calling for an international treaty that would restore a livable climate. That means by 2050, okay, that's the mid-century goal we're all working with here, we would have 300 ppm CO2. That requires 1 trillion tons of drawdown, or say 50 gigatons per year. Let's think about how we can do that. Thank you.
Jen, I guess we have time for one more public comment that we really.
We have 2 more public comments, so let's be really brief with the last 2. Kathleen and Paula.
This is Kathleen from Watsonville. I'm going to try and be brief, echoing a little on what Matt had to say. I just want to remind you all that as a cross-cutting issue, a lot of these things that need to be done are labor intensive, and you need to pay really close attention and incorporate into all your recommendations the paying, the training, the housing, and the feeding of your workforce. We have the opportunity here to bring some of our hardworking farm workers and forest workers into a more powerful position of being climate heroes, and we need to reward them and keep them safe and keep them housed and just really honor their contribution. So please put workforce training and all the things that go with maintaining a workforce into your plan and your recommendations. Thank you.
A good point. And job security and job creation are part of our bullets of evaluation, each of our segments. But it's pretty clear that we have a pipeline issue both for plant materials and human labor and workforce for this field. So thank you. Jen?
Okay, Paula, you're up next. This is the last public comment. Paula, are you wanting to provide public comment?
Yes, sorry, I was trying to orient myself with this interface. Hi, everyone. My name is Paula. I would like to lift up complementary recommendations around reforestation in urban environments. There are a lot of heat islands in urban centers such as Los Angeles, the one that I live in. So I just want to advocate for mitigating greenhouse gas emissions in urban centers by initiating projects around urban reforestation and urban forestry. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have a report out that includes that in a little while. So given that we are almost at 2 o'clock, right? Apologies. We have some slides that are coming from the forest subgroup. And again, these are the product of that subgroup deliberations back and forth, but they are initial and we're looking for feedback within the group around this. We did these in 4 4 slides, recommendations, looking at potential carbon benefits, looking at co-benefits, and looking at ways to monitor and finance. These were charges that were given to us by the state that say, think about these things. So we tried to articulate some elements of each of those. These are not meant to be comprehensive, but they're meant to highlight and draw attention to some of the bigger elements that we have been talking about. So the first one is relative to the scoping plan. There was nothing in the scoping plan that really highlighted the both carbon and climate value of more climate resilient forests that store more carbon, and science around increasing the average age. The naturalness of our managed forests is pretty clear that we can do that, and it fits within that 5 to 10 year time frame that was identified that we wanted to have an impact in 5 to 10 years with our recommendations. So this is one around maintaining that forest landscape, maintaining it as a managed forest landscape, but increasing the average age. The average age increases, the amount of carbon stored on that increases as well. We looked at the issues of restoration within forests, and that in the scoping plan, this is well acknowledged. But we want to complement that by saying maintain at least that scoping plan target. And that's across, in particular, public forest lands, and that in the private forest lands, that the easements that would work with would also drive that restoration. Within the riparian forests, our focus was to recognize that we've lost a lot of our riparian forests. But while there may not be a very significant, unitary amount of carbon per se per acre on riparian forests, they have many other benefits that they deliver. So it's not simply a carbon recommendation. There was a recognition that there isn't good data around riparian forest area. And so in terms of a target, we've been given the guidance that say, well, give us a % target. What can we do in 5 to 10 years? So the initial recommendation was 50% of that, where it is documented. In oak woodlands and in small forest ownerships, we haven't had enough time to really work through each of our recommendations there to this point. So those are in italics. But the recognition here that we need to both maintain what we have and seek to restore more of our highly threatened oak forests, and in particular, the valley coastal and blue oak forest types. And then recognizing the very significant smaller forest land ownerships in the state, that something we've done to help facilitate their restoration, because on a per unit basis, it becomes much more expensive for smaller landowners to do this work, and there are fewer people available to do that work. That if there could be a template restoration permit that smaller landowners could sign up to undertake more fuels management, and that were possible to link that with conservation, following that bullet in the first one about cross-cutting, that we want to encourage actions that have benefit in the short term, but also that those actions will endure. Go to the next slide. Within this, we don't have the ability to do original science. So these are more kind of scalar. So the issue here is that if we increase the amount of carbon in our conifer forest in a resilient form, we can be in the 100 million metric ton range in our 10-year time frame. Could be more, not less, but this really is just a scalar issue that increasing the average age of our forests and in their resilient condition has a very significant amount of carbon increase in that time frame, which will also increase over time. We also recognize that the direct restoration of fuels management does have a release of CO2 that is going to be seen in 10 to 20 years. That can range in terms of how much that release is. That's by ensuring that these lands are conserved, we're going to counterbalance that, and that by growing old forests, we can counterbalance Go to the next slide, please. The co-benefits are myriad here. A couple of things have been touched upon. That this will enhance both landscape and community safety by having fuels reduction and more fire adapted forests, safer fire forests. That this enhances the landscape security, but also communities within that landscape. It enhances watershed function and improves water dynamics. Certainly helps with our habitat biodiversity goals in the state. Promotes overall ecosystem function, enhanced adaptation. By having more regular fire and lower fuel loads on the landscape, it reduces the amount of unhealthy smoke levels, but it does have more regular release of smoke. Certainly leverages other investments. Those of you on the committee are going to recognize each of these bullets as one of the things in our templates of state, federal, and private in terms of the landscape, and helps lead to sustained rural employment and increased rural employment in the workforce. Go to the next slide, please. So one of the charges to us is, well, how do you know you can monitor this? The ability to monitor changes in forest carbon stocks can be done using a lot of existing methodology, standard inventory, and there are a lot of models that are like FES that calculate these out. So we do have known data and algorithms in the forests, particularly the conifer forest arena, that have been well accepted. One of the critical issues here is that we don't put the money into the natural working lands sectors. We don't think about them the same way we do with others. Like we're talking about transportation, we do subsidies of a myriad ways and tax benefits in myriad ways. So that in order to get these kinds of benefits in all of the natural and working lands, we're going to need to put in the kind of financial resources that will help get us there. So if we're looking at this from an incentive basis, I know the committee was given the ability to recommend regulation or legislation or incentives. Within our group, we were simply looking at incentive basis. To be looking at this as either direct dollars from funding from the state, whether it was the general fund, the climate funds, the Bond Act, or through tax credits, including tradable tax credits. A dollar that people don't have to pay out is as good as a dollar for some people that they do. And tradable ones do expand that financial market significantly. So in terms of serving as an example of how we're looking at each of those elements that is in our template, this just served up as a model for that, to see how we would work forward with that. So why don't I stop there and open for committee conversations, discussion, just on this forest one. And I'm going to ask Marian in particular maybe to speak a little bit about oaks, and Christy on the restoration side. And so that we have within the group, if there's anybody else who wants to speak in particular on some of these issues, that would be great. Marian, do you want to add anything on the oak side?
Sure. And also just Lori, that was a really great summary and presentation of the work that our group has been doing on this. Yeah, just with respect to oaks, we're still, so there's such an important area to think about, obviously. And so I think our group is still working on, and this is why that section was in italics, of just, again, acquiring the data on where and how much of which oak type habitat is out there. So we're slicing down to oak habitat types. And I think that will be a very interesting thing, especially with the cross-cutting groups, talking with our urban friends and others, agricultural friends and others. So we're still working on the information.
Similar for public forests, and I also really appreciate the summary. So a lot of overlapping. We concur with the scenario goals that are in the CARB scoping plan right now to prioritize restoration and climate resilient carbon stocks. That still leaves a lot of room for further definition of what those things are. As Lori pointed out, we've gone through the co-benefits and strengths of support for all the different strategies, including fuel reduction and reforestation on public lands. And right now we're at the gathering info and resources to guide more specific annual targets for forest fuel reduction versus reforestation. Out of that 2 to 2.5 million acres treated annually across grasslands, shrublands, and forests that's in the current plan. And so we're looking at state reports and recommendations, federal reports and recommendations, peer-reviewed papers, and inquiries with a handful of outside experts, and continuing to prioritize climate smart consideration, workforce development, as Lori mentioned, and engagement of tribes, engagement of local stakeholders, experts, and we agree with the current focus on regionally based, like the recommendations overall. And then there's still some info that we're trying to find, like how many acres in California of forest burned at high severity in the last 2 decades. So we'll see where we get by October. That's where we are right now. Laura, did you want to make some comment?
No.
Committee thoughts?
Question. So in the grassland group, you know, oaks are also a component of grassland ecosystems as well. So that might be something that we're going to consider talking about. So I'm just wondering how, like, what is the best approach in thinking about oaks and woodlands of savannas in grassland ecosystems and compared to what you guys are doing? Like, should we be working together on that, or do we kind of put together two separate sets of?
I'm going to put that question over to Jen and Adam, because Oak Savanna is Oak Savanna. But we, you know, we've got forests and we've got grassland. So what do we do?
So that's why in the scoping plan, I lumped forests, shrublands, and grasslands together, especially when we're talking about restoration. So if there's some activity that you can't necessarily disentangle, you know, it's fine to group them together.
Yeah. So we could, for example, have a specific focus on Oak Savanna, coming up with a recommendation about Oak Savanna. So one of those of us who are in the arena put together a conversation. We'll stay under the BK limit, focusing on Oak Savanna.
I don't know if it's worth it or not throwing agriculture in there for silver pasture, grazing animals. I don't know if it is bringing it up.
I mean, it seems like what might end up happening is that everybody makes their recommendations and targets for their individual habitat types. And if we put all of those next to one another, there would be a certain level of overlap between 2, 5, whatever, you know, however many that has that.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So you get a twofer action.
I understand correctly, though, the agriculture subgroup was doing annual and perennial agriculture and not rangeland.
Rangeland is coming in the grasslands.
Exactly.
Grassland, we're going to be able to do silvopasture.
There we go.
There we go.
Few comments on the riparian forest. So I, if I understood you correctly, you were saying that there's not good data on like carbon sequestration or carbon.
No, the extent, the issue of how much riparian forest is extant or has been lost in particular. That's where the data problem is.
Oh, okay. Well, I've seen figures for that. Like I've seen, and like it's from a lot of the joint ventures work.
There's a lot of different figures. So there's a lot of confidence in a lot of different out there. And so trying to kind of understand, and with very wide ranges, very variable, you know, so trying to figure out, you know, to set this target of what it is that we're actually dealing with and what is extent. You know, we heard from public comment today too about, you know, how these are being considered legally essentially as well. So that's a complex landscape, but I would love to receive anything that you have or have seen out there. You know, we've been doing, you know, literature reviews and looking at other sources online and trying to kind of come up with the estimate.
I think bird people have been thinking about it for a long time. That's how, like, I've seen it in a lot of like the same, like the joint ventures work, like, and they're all focused on bird conservation. And I'll try to find some of them and send them your way.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Great.
I think one cross-cutting recommendation that I'm hearing around is that the data, so for a group of people who like precision, the data is very frustrating. And so whether it's data on tidal wetlands or restorable tidal wetlands, or whether it's data on restorable riparian or non-restorable, that's something that I think we are going to be urging the state to come up with more of a, you know, there's not going to be one true way, but a more consolidated clarity about what we've got. Because if we're trying to target working with, and we don't know with what, we're making somewhat vague recommendations. I think that's going to end up being a cross-cutting forward too.
Yeah, and I think and we've already talked about this too, but just the identification of the uncertainty around our various places is a good thing, right? It helps us know where to go. But with riparian, what I've seen out there too is that some of the estimates are like orders of magnitude different, you know, and you know, we don't have to be exact, but to me, that's not exact enough. You know,
it's too inexact.
It's too inexact. Yeah. So it's just, you know, but again, just laying out, you know, what it is, what we're seeing, what some of the estimates are, I think are a good thing to do. But it's just variability is wide. So that's why it's welcome any that anybody has to share.
The second one.
Well, the second one was because I must have misinterpreted what you said, but in terms of the carbon benefits of riparian restoration, like there's some global meta-analyses, and then even, you know,
That's a very good paper, a 2021 paper. Yeah, that paper's the bomb. Yeah, and so that's really good. We're actually just talking about in California, the estimate of what and where is riparian.
Virginia Matz, I mean, she would be the person to talk to, Virginia Matzik. Because she does a ton, she actually has a carbon, I think it's called CREEP, carbon estimator 2.5 planting type. Like you can choose your planting palette. And it's like a decision support tool for estimating carbon gains in California with riparian restoration. That's like, it's something, she might do something.
And Martin has identified some things. That the issue here again is that we recognize that we're not going to be able to deliver precise numbers, but it gives us ranges, and we recognize that the unit for riparian carbon is going to be less in general than the unit for forest carbon, because particularly when we're looking at restoration, it's going to take time to get up there, and the total storage is less per acre.
Per acre, it's not. That's what Christie's meta-analysis shows, is that the carbon stocks per acre for riparian areas rivals even the highest carbon stocks globally for forests.
Well, given that the highest ones globally are in California, that's we'll all look at it.
Yeah.
You know, we had a like, any other committee feedback? Then you want to go to so we're going to go to our next report out group with that, and so that I believe we have set that's agriculture. Agriculture group. Do you have a slide? Actually, sorry, no, it's Delta and Blue Carbon. I apologize. Delta and Blue Carbon.
Yes. Well, what the forest group, you guys are, we aren't as far along. For the Delta wetlands, there is the scoping plan has a recommendation around 60,000 acres. That seems like a reasonable target. It may be looking at the current activity of restoration within the Delta Institute, maybe that can be slightly higher, but that seems like a reasonable and good target there. Where there's a lot to add is for the blue carbon for the coastal wetland systems. And so for the salt marshes, It really varies by region, but within San Francisco Bay and Southern California, the Coastal Conservancy and others have done a lot of work mapping existing wetlands and identifying opportunities for restoration. So there's some good potential acreage targets for restoration. The Central Coast and the North Coast, there aren't as much data available. But I think definitely both preservation and restoration of coastal salt marshes are a great opportunity for sequestering carbon. Seagrasses. You want to talk about seagrasses?
Yeah, sure. Too. So I guess the caveat with the marine space is several fold. One, that this carbon is stored in the underlying sediments, which moves about in the, particularly in the subtidal. So moving from the salt marsh to the seagrass meadow to the kelp forest. And that is somewhat uniquely challenging because you lose the overlying vegetation, you could or could not lose the topsoil depending on how long it was gone for. And also it's very difficult to map because we have relatively turbid water, and so we can't use satellites to map seagrasses. And so that has to be done with things like side-scan sonar and divers, and occasionally you can map the intertidal edge. So there are some gaps in those subtidal habitats that we can't make state level recommendations for, I believe, because we don't know where the habitats are. So it's very difficult to make a target if you don't know how much you have. That said, we do have some regional data, like San Francisco Bay seagrass meadows do have solid maps that could be relied upon to make targets, and there are some targets for San Francisco Bay. So I think there are some, I think there's a necessary level of science and spatial recommendations for those habitat types that we're going to have to make, because it's very difficult to make a quantitative target, at least on a state level. Regionally, we may be able to build on those. So I think some of the recommendations for seagrasses, and particularly kelp, which has its own issues, not just with mapping, but and where the carbon goes, that's presumed to be offshore. And the science is extremely nascent. So I don't think anybody would wager to make a bet on that at this point. We also don't really know how to restore them in California very effectively. The jury's still out on the best approach to even bring those habitats back. So that also is a unique challenge. So I think the seagrasses and seaweeds or kelp forests will have some science recommendations in them, whereas we can be a little bit more specific with our coastal salt marsh recommendation just by nature of data availability and where the science is at. The one thing that I think we have discussed that's important in all of this, based on the sediment movement conversations, is that how you restore in the coastal zone can matter greatly. So you can imagine if you just toss some seagrass seeds out and waited for something to happen, at a very different carbon value associated with using dredge sediments to like raise up the sediment and then planting on top of that, which does happen and people do. And the carbon gains from that type of approach would be very different than a seeding project, and it also has its own unique like community level impacts and all the other co-benefits. And so we may make recommendations based on restoration approach for the coastal zone that has some pros and cons associated with how that approach is taken, as well as different carbon values associated. So that is sort of a lot to put into a few bullets, but I think we can be specific with salt marshes and then highlight some like essential data gaps with seagrasses, maybe make some regional targets, and then it will be just data gaps for kelp forests.
That's a simple question.
Yeah.
Is one recommendation potentially to learn how to restore kelp?
Yes, that's definitely a recommendation.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah. Then I think beyond the coastal stuff, it's really mostly there's overall distributions like it's not for right. Yeah. And so I don't know. And then also given the challenges of methane emissions from freshwater, we'll make any specific recommendations. Because we don't have.
One of the issues with Delta is it's nice to make these recommendations, and we can assume 16,000 acres is a reasonable number, but it is all private land. there's that much incentive.
Oh, I was just thinking about private landowners. But the Natural Resources Conservation Service, the Resource Conservation Districts, they have different programs for ranchers who have these wetlands. I'm guessing, or are they different? Maybe I.
That's a different issue.
Okay.
Go from plow agriculture to some sort of wetland based agriculture like rice.
Right. I see.
Rice isn't really economic. Is now since India has stopped exporting rice. Now the price of rice is up now. It would be something to implement the health, but only because sustain that, right? Yeah, so that's one of the issues. Is public coax private landowners away from the plow.
So more on the farming side.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Got it.
For the kelp, are you considering not a restoration target, but like a no net loss target and linking that to marine protected areas?
I could make a recommendation like that, but the reason we've lost kelp in California is not due. It's been a combination of marine disease and marine heat waves and high storm. So it's difficult to make a target when the underlying cause of the loss is hard to control. And ongoing. And
So
so,
there's some of it that we can control, though, like the whole killing all the otters and then having a bunch of persons that ate all of our forests.
so the state has kelp forest restoration programs ongoing to do urchin removal and a little bit of like spore or facilitated spore dispersal. But I think that the results from that are super fresh and there's sort of limited evidence to show success. And so I think that you could, some of this has come up, is like we could make recommendations like that. We could say, let's restore, 1 million acres of seagrass, but it's hard to, if there's not much behind that, about how to make that happen. It feels a little.
Yeah, no, I was trying to ask specifically not about restoration, but what tools does the state already have to limit further impact?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
storm damage, right, you can't do anything about that.
Yeah.
But marine protected areas are a means of controlling what we know
Yeah.
as web impacts. And then it also made me wonder, I can't remember whether the current 30 by 30 strategy actually addresses marine diversity. And so looking for what tools is the state already using that they have in place that have the potential to protect whatever carbon is currently being stored in kelp.
Yes.
Any other clarifying questions? And Delta carbon. Outside of this, I'm going to ask you about the transport of carbon offshore. Or breaking any trade rules. So the next group to do a report out is our perennial and annual agriculture.
Okay, so there are Will and I are here, and also Laura, and then Nathaniel's also in our group, and so is Matt, but they are in the public sector. So what in the interest of time, I'm not sure that I should rehash what we talked about last time, but I can give you an update with build all of those ideas into more formal language to our draft document. It's too bad the person who was speaking about compost isn't here because we do highlight the capacity to build compost supply across the state at a regional level. Yes.
Do we request somehow that there's an inventory of compost in the state? I cannot find. I've searched and searched.
Yeah, it's like that, but it'd be great if we were. So I'll write that down.
Nobody can hear you speaking in that direction.
Sorry.
Repeat it, please.
Yes, we need an inventory of compost, existing production capacity, as well as future augmentation of us through these implementation of diversion.
So the approach we took for our document is to highlight what ag has been doing well. We've highlighted all of the advances they've done to improve soil organic matter, soil carbon storage, reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, what the existing programs are that do that. But we've identified gaps in the supply chain, like Will just talked about with compost. We also have concerns about the availability of cover crop seed. We probably need to do a deeper dive or find out more what's out there. It depends also probably on the cover crop type or functional type they would like to use in the system. So we've identified that. We have stood up targets within our working document for expansion of organic agriculture to be above what the scoping plan has this time. We have looked at scaling up restoration of riparian zones and hedgerows, and Nathaniel suggested that we talk about it as farm edge diversification to open up that land use to more than just riparian zones and hedgerows that can provide seed storage. We are also looking at let's see, we have a bullet point where we're looking at integrated fertilizer management and irrigation and soil fertility management practices, and then sort of looking at how all that can be built out further, and what existing mechanisms are there and what the gaps are to doing that. And then finally, one of the goals we have is focused on looking at regional capacity building and utilizing some of the sustainable pest management roadmap documents, some of the actions in there and the way that they talk about building that capacity for equity, communication, and community organizing is really useful. So we've called that out as an example. This would be also a means to build the labor force for some of these actions that are in here, but and deal with some of the, recognizing some of the comments that came forward earlier. We think that that could be a way to address some of those issues. So there's a lot more detail on this, but those are the highlights from what we've talked about so far. And we just we stood this up, and we're working through this in committee to try and hone in on what we want to have go forward. There's a lot more in here. I just want to be in the interest of time and spend too much time.
I think we have time to do a little bit more, and certainly the welcome questions, because we'll have a break in between agriculture and grasslands. So.
You all are uplifting that or the organic target, right? For the state of like 30% of that. That's a good question. And if we're going to continue calling out like a particular kind of like production system, or did you guys discuss going a step further and highlighting regenerative? I just ask because I know a lot of folks, I run in the regenerative circle, and a lot of folks who critique organic, saying it doesn't go far enough. You can still have a bunch of fair ground, you can till, you might even till more. So like from a climate perspective, that organic doesn't actually equate necessarily or inherently to climate benefits. So I just thought I'd put that.
So for me, I'm more about thinking about the practice itself and how they're combined together, not within any sort of label of the protection system, because I find that limiting. But I also think that organic allows us to get it indirectly at some of the other public health issues around use of pesticides, and thinking about capacity building in that direction is. But I see that there are efforts within the state, within CCRF, also within the federal government, trying to move this forward further and making it more accessible to more growers. But I mean, I'm not the expert on this. It's just from reading, listening in listening sessions with various profits and various groups. This seems to be something that was rising to the surface that we can do. We probably need to have much more documentation on the benefits of it. But also working on the regenerative ag project, but I don't know, it's just a label for me right now. As far as I think there's a lot of practices that fall across all of these different prevention systems. So it's not just the convention practices.
Well, for both perennial and annual, to target is 40% increase in organic production practices.
That's what we put forward as a place.
There's again, there's a huge gap in understanding if there's going to be enough compost. If there's going to be sufficient germplasm and quantity of seed for your company to do this heavy lift. In current inventories, there's no way to even come close to 40% increase in like production practices. So there's a lot of limitations. We can suggest things happen, but the implementation would be extremely difficult.
I do think we just to bring us back to our recommendations, things which are no regrets and will have impact in 5 to 10 years. That doesn't limit us for highlighting things as part of this, as you know, we recommend development of blah blah blah. But in what our targets were that we agreed is we wanted to deliver something that could be rolled out and happen and have that scale of impact in the near term. So I think there's something to be learned. We're hearing a lot about the lack of capacity and lack of supply lines.
I guess I just wondered, does organic agriculture in and of itself have climate benefits? Does it increase drawdown?
Debatable. It can increase soil carbon. It can increase greenhouse gas emissions, particularly nitrous oxide. But yeah.
But then on the other hand, we can look at yield scale, global warming potential emissions. So I think that that's a special classification for agriculture.
Right.
It is providing societal service.
And I think the other issue is that if we do increase capacity of organic production practices, whether or not there's people consumers for that increase. So right now, we're sort of at a plateau of who will buy organic, based mostly on price of the produce. And these are surveys that are done by Kalamazoo Company. They understand how much organic they need to produce, and they will not produce more organic because the market is basically topped out. We have to, there's another way to think about that, is the market.
Considerations, Debbie, and then I'm going to ask everybody, would you rather take a 5-minute break? Because I want us to be sure to respect and honor our guest speakers and get through each of our elements. So Debbie, and then a 5-minute break.
I was on a call, I think it was yesterday, sometime earlier this week, and put on. And they had a sociologist come in and talk a little bit about agriculture. I think it was specifically strawberries and organic versus conventional. And one thing that I didn't know, or that was just interesting to me, was a speaker whose name I don't remember right now. But she was talking about how the people who are picking the strawberries or picking the raspberries for organic crops, they're earning less money because, especially for strawberries, they're smaller. Individual strawberries are smaller, so they're kind of getting less income from that. So that was just a consideration that I didn't know about before, and just something to consider. Do you think that is true for multiple crops, or is that unique to? They were focused, if I remember correctly, on strawberries and raspberries, and it was much more so in strawberries and raspberries. I don't remember. I can't remember if there were other crops that they mentioned that was true for, but at least the berries.
Okay, this is a very, we have such a simple task. There are no ramifications of any of these things. All right. 5 minutes, please, and come back ready then with grasslands, deserts, shrublands, and urbanscapes. And from there, we're going to roll into our wonderful speakers.
Yeah, and for folks on the line, we'll do all the public comment at the end of these working group report outs. So keep keeping your hands up. Appreciate that.
Oh, yeah, let's go.
Yes, let's get back to
That's okay.
Yeah. It's probably going to be better.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
We stay by.
You didn't get shot, I didn't get yelled at.
There's a little thing right here. Yeah.
God forbid a child.
Yeah, so you can. Squeeze around. Slide underneath.
Excellent. Now it's both you and your entire.
I mean, it.
And if they would have an American society.
It's modeling.
University, because my dad's like big. Oh, awesome.
Is it an active?
My dad.
Yeah. We're all, you know, on this front. A series of events over the last 2 years. The most excited it's like. You know, he co-opted us, and so we sort of feel like to show up. It's almost just.
Oh, God.
Imagine that. Anyway, so we're taking a break.
And you're planning to stay in Davis?
Yeah. So when I first went to Davis. We were in this little thing called the Robin.
We had to clean it all out, then we got kicked out. After we cleaned it all out, we got nice furniture. For us, anyway.
But in the back corner of this building was this little thing we'll generally call food people. Where the America's offices.
Okay.
Yes.
Before my father, and like stuff.
Oh, my God.
And I'm thinking.
Wow.
No, and Brady Webster was at the office in the carpet.
You guys are right.
Still fine. Still fine.
Yeah, yeah.
You made like work that. Which one? My major and what? Okay. Oh, God.
And then we, you should use our. Yes, well, no, I'm saying poster. Yeah. So that's where we just did, but also.
I don't think we have anything further from our agricultural group, so we are going to move to grasslands. Who's going to lead the report? Grasslands.
Do it, and then if you all want to fill in what I missed or misrepresent. So we've met a couple of times and have some like there are some draft targets down on text that I can read out loud right now for the group to react to. And really, I think underpinning this was, first thoughts around like what's part of the state's climate strategy for grasslands, and the scoping plan and application plan, and then thinking through what is CDFA also incentivized in terms of the Healthy Soils program. And so kind of like what's out there, what's already being invested in, and then thinking through also the literature, right? Like what do we know from primary literature on the effects of different approaches and stewardship practices on grasslands. And so maybe I'll just read through the targets and then just get feedback from the group. Does that sound good? Okay. So the first one, and these are very draft, is reduce the annual grassland conversion rate by some percent. Okay, so I put 50%, we put 50%, but we can be some percentage by 2030, 5% by 2038, 8% by 2045. So reducing conversion. And some of the pathways for there could be easements, improved ranch economics. So it could be incentive programs, price premiums, improved production through management, and otherwise supporting ranching. So keeping ranchers ranching. I don't know. I was having a hard time finding the actual annual conversion rate for grasslands annually. So that's something the state knows very often, where that might exist or anybody else. I think that would be really helpful to have the annual conversion rate for grasslands in particular into either annual cropland or urbanscapes. Target 2 is this is one that definitely overlaps with the forest group and is reestablish native oak trees across some millions of acres of grassland from whence they lost. So basically from where they've been lost, either through historical logging and clear cutting, or more recent droughts and disease. And I think reestablishing, like we were talking about, reestablishing not just through direct planting, because that can be really challenging, but also facilitation of natural regeneration. And this can be through, sort of incentivizing or supporting particular grazing practices or fencing off, that kind of stuff. And this can be in upland areas or potentially in riparian areas if you wanted to think of some.
Yeah, that's something I've been thinking about too. We've had the forest group talking about riparian restoration. There's been a lot of work in Sonoma County, Marin County, about riparian restoration on ranches, and some information about urban sequestration. That's kind of the highest bang for the buck in terms of some of the research that I've seen for practices. And so, again, I don't know if that's something that we will also want to consider in our grassland group, but also, of course, then maybe we all, like we talked about with oaks, we all come together with our recommendations related to oaks and riparian restoration.
And we've flagged riparian as already as a cross-cutting activity between.
There's for riparian restoration too, I think on grasslands and trees lands in particular, two kinds, right? You can do active restoration and you can do passive restoration, where it's just fencing off, which is very much just grazing management. So that's the second. The third is invest a certain amount of money, which is not determined yet. Invest a certain amount of money into supporting practices that help maintain a diverse, thriving, herbaceous community under current and future conditions. So this gets at things like principles that help to sequester carbon, right? So reducing bare ground, maintaining diverse plant communities. There's lots of literature on the relationship between herbaceous plant community diversity and primary production and carbon sequestration in the soil. And then this also gets at things like invasive species management and like range seeding for perennials as well. So it's kind of a catch-all target for management of the herbaceous community for characteristics that help support production across space and time. Then the fourth one is enroll a certain amount of acres to additional conservation practices that are known to sequester carbon in California grasslands, including windbreak and hedgerow establishment and compost amendments. So this and that sort of including can change depending on sort of, but those I think were some additional practices that CDFAs incentivizing that there's reason to believe that they would sequester carbon and go, reason to put them down on grasslands as well. So those are the four targets. I think baked into some of those is grazing, right? So grazing isn't necessarily called out as an action in and of itself, but is like an underpinning action in achieving a lot of those targets. So that's, yeah.
And then just one more, this is, I guess, a question for the group or for the state. But something I've been thinking about a lot recently is ecological site description. So the Natural Resources Conservation Service, they produce these ecological site descriptions, and there are some for California, but a lot for California, and they basically kind of go to different sites throughout the state and kind of put together what is known about these different ecological sites. So a certain kind of land that is expected to produce a certain amount of vegetation or certain ecosystems, and trying to really understand like what these different areas can produce. And then they do these state and transition models where they're like, this is what is the land is like right now. And if you were to do this, this is what would be expected to happen. Or if you do this other thing, here's what would be expected to happen with the landscape, with the vegetation. And so I've been thinking about that in terms of if we had more ecological site descriptions across the state of California, I think that could really help the state make better numerical targets for some of these practices. And so I'm wondering if that's something that we would potentially add as a target for the grasslands group, or if that would be kind of like cross-cutting because it's not just grasslands, it would be like grassland, shrublands, like woodlands. I don't know if they do it in forests. Maybe they do. I've only looked at rangeland ones. And so I guess I'm just trying to think about, developing ecological site descriptions across the state to help inform better numerical targets. Could that be one of our targets for grasslands, or would that be something else? Would that be a recommendation? Could that be cross-cutting?
I have a question for you. Yeah. This is something developed by NRCS. Mm-hmm. So that would entail the state requesting the federal government to do this. I guess the question I would put to the state is, do you have a counterpart? Is this something that, what is the difference between an ecological site description and other kinds of descriptions of the state? Because just this is, as an expert advisory group making recommendations to the state.
Right.
Just a little clarification on that would be helpful.
And can the state help support NRCS to do that? I don't know.
Yeah. Can you guys on the state side, and Jen, this is probably down.
Yeah,
so resources agency.
Can we work more closely with NRCS, or do we have an equivalent sort of evaluation, or what's the?
I guess my question would be, is there a way to work more closely with NRCS to kind of work toward having these be developed?
Well, we work pretty closely with NRCS, and looking at Virginia, we work pretty closely with NRCS, right? But we do have similar sort of designations in the state. I'm thinking about like sentinel landscapes and things like that, perhaps, but we could look into that. But Virginia, do you want to say anything more about our NRCS
we've talked to them about getting data from them various ways, and it's hard. I mean, their structures are dictated by SDA, set up things like their survey, and it's a challenging thing.
What is unique about the NRCS ecological site descriptions that doesn't exist in a state system? I'm just asking for ignorance.
I'm not familiar with what's available in the state system, so maybe that's something that I need to learn more about. I'm just aware of the NRCS ecological site descriptions, which can be, so comprehensive and are site specific. In other states, they're much more well developed, and they maybe cover, the whole state. Whereas in California, there's many fewer of them. But when they do exist, they help, I think, provide a sense of the capacity of the land in these different areas, and that can, I think, help us think about what is achievable on, throughout the state, these different regions of the state. What is achievable? Like, how reasonable is it that we can get a lot of oak, restoration, a lot of oaks growing over here versus over here, or a lot, does this landscape, is it likely that your native perennial grass feeding is going to be successful here versus somewhere over there? So having these ecological site descriptions, I think, can help us think through those at a more site specific scale, and maybe there is something like that the state has. I just don't know about it.
So can we take this back and follow up with you?
Yeah.
That would be helpful, because there've been a few information request items. Yes, and I also just want to flag that we have
okay, this can be very quickly. Thank you, grasslands and shrublands, in that one of the targets was thinking about reducing the loss of grasslands. Somewhere in there, you also have to consider the fact that there's forest conversion to grasslands through wildfire. And so we're increasing grasslands that weren't historically grasslands. And we should be saying something about how we're counting those, where those are counted as effectively reducing the loss of grasslands, or are they something different?
So it's a bit like creating forest, which we did in the entire juniper scrub area in Monarch Plateau. We have a massive increase in forest because of fire suppression. It's 10% canopy cover, but it's not forest. So there's some definition.
But I think we address that somewhere in things like shrublands and grasslands.
Okay.
So conversion to grassland.
But there is some non-significant, non-insignificant fraction of conversion to grasslands through wildfire. And that either does or doesn't count as part of the goods of grasslands.
And going back to Sigma too, I mean, it could be that like a lot of this like irrigated ag, and one of the things that's on the table is trying to get back to the
One of the examples that I'm thinking of, as you're talking about partnering with NRCS, Healthy Soils Program adopted the NRCS practices as carbon sequestering practices, right? So as I recall, we applied like in 2006, whenever it came out as a pilot, I remember submitting a conservation plan from NRCS as part of your application. I don't know however that came about, but it might be another way of including that ecological assessment. But anyways, that just came to mind. And then circling back to what Carrie and Chelsea were talking about for reduced pesticides, I'm talking about grasslands, talking about hedgerows, talking about different forms of agriculture, looking about pollinators and also bird habitat. I don't know if how it circles in with reduced pesticide use to maintain grasslands, to maintain hedgerows, to maintain pollinators that hold up as scaffolding, these systems. I don't know what point in time that might come in, or just falls under this large arc that we're having on these conversations.
Anything further on grasslands, or should we move to deserts? Just going to be reporting out the deserts in second, Marion.
The three of us are gonna do this. So I can start. Okay, so we've been meeting and talking through, reviewing literature. We also met with the group that we'll hear later today on the who's going to give a presentation today, who are representatives from the Mojave Land Trust and other organizations, and are in that process really of just reviewing the information and trying to develop our suggestions. I know some of us are meeting with other experts still as well. So just again, the big overall views, that summaries that we're data gathering still. But for Chelsea.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a great presentation from Dr. Allen coming up shortly. It's going to cover quite a bit. We're meeting with their group. They shared a lot of what they're working on a draft report that has a lot of promise. And other than that, just reviewing the scoping plan, deserts fell under sparsely vegetated lands. And so there's nothing that we could really pull out of there. Essentially, the message is stop land conversion.
Yeah, you guys summarized it great.
The issue of land conversion keeps coming up. So. Right. And it will be great to hear from our expert speakers on that. Shrublands.
So as far as I know, the Shrublands group has not met. And I'm on that group. And so I think I have an email to everyone on that group, but I don't remember. But I think the point right now is just I think we need to meet. So maybe what I'll do is send an email. I'll find, because I think you sent an email out.
Slide number 2 of our third meeting has all, but I'll get you the membership back.
Okay, that would be great. So I'll send out an email to everyone who's on the Shrublands list. And I think if we could meet like a couple of times within the next 6 weeks to help kind of move us forward on that, that would be really.
And just for clarity, that is Christy, Lara, you, and then Chelsea as an adjunct.
Okay.
She's on so many groups.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah, so I'll send that email and try to connect in the next.
I think a number of the things that have been brought up in other groups are going to apply, but appreciate that. All right, this is how we're making up time. Now we get to go to urban states.
Okay, so the urban group is Carrie, Lori, Matt. Matt, you still have your hand up. I don't know if you intend to have your hand up or not. And myself. And there was early meetings on the urban group as we were trying to set the template for the kinds of report we were going to do. But we haven't met since then. That's probably on me. So we're also at the early stages, but I can give you my impression just in a couple of minutes of where I think we're at and where I think we're headed. Is that through the CARB modeling and through things like Assembly Bill 22251, there are some pretty clear targets of what the state of California is trying to achieve in terms of urban tree planting. 2251 calls for increasing 10% canopy cover. That modeling is suggesting under the scoping plan that carbon in urban environments would go from 30 to 50 million metric tons. Those seem like achievable targets, and therefore it's likely that we'll recommend that as a target to maintain that or better. But of course, in thinking about that, how you get there is a big issue in that planting trees in urban environments places stress on water systems for urban environments and through irrigation. How you do it with respect to distributing resources that the state is providing into urban forestry with communities and maximizing social benefit and empowering communities to make choices to improve their environments. That is a tricky thing. Planting trees in urban environments, particularly along the Louis, has impacts on wildfire resilience to those communities, also has impacts on urban heat islands. So there's lots of dimensions to thinking about how you strategically go about increasing carbon in urban environments that maximizes all of those values that we would like to try and achieve. And so we'll probably have some target associated with that. There may be, but we know a third target is likely to be around this idea of expanding outside just the urban trees, that there's carbon in urban environments through gardens, composting, schoolyard programs, riparian areas, wetlands, all things that appear in urban environments. And we'd like to see how we might be able to bring those into that thinking about carbon in urban environments. And then there's also the issues of urban growth and habitat conversion and compliance with fire safe space in the wildland urban interface and how that might have impacts on carbon stocks in the mood. And so that will be another thing that we'll be thinking about and addressing. One of my concerns, and thinking about pathways, there's funding to things like AB 2251 to get there to fund that increase in the California urban forestry programs, but also the process of thinking about engagement and planning, type of water, etc. One of my concerns that I think we have to work on is what are the limits of what we mean by urban, and that there's, if you look at the Census Bureau and they define urban areas as areas of 50,000 people or more. That's not what we're talking about. There's also, I think CAL FIRE uses an urban definition somewhere down the 25 or something.
Not very fast.
Yeah, but what is the definition?
So we don't call it urbanscapes, right? It's specifically for this reason, right?
Yeah.
We have developed plans.
And yeah,
And so that can also include energy infrastructure, roads,
right.
WUI, so it's a
Yeah, so how we talk about what that developed lands means and when it doesn't include something.
I'm delighted that we have an expert speaker on our urban ecology and opportunities to repair in our next session as well. I'm going to ask everybody if we're willing to forego some of our other break that is flagged here in order to have adequate time for public comment on this section. Are there other comments on the urban or developed lands?
Just a brief comment, and I like the methodology that Melissa brought up earlier about, when we're kind of pulling together, we'll see what some of the synergies are, but oaks, I think, have a lot of benefits in urban scapes as well, particularly for the genetics or improving the genetics of the oaks that are out there. And it's probably a good target for replanting and almost easier than valley, well, definitely easier than valley floors for that kind of thing too. So when this all comes together, I'd love to just have a chat with you all about that. So.
Any other internal committee observations before we go to public comment? Okay, Jen, I'm going to need your help on public comment internally and externally.
Yeah, so let's do comment in the room, then we'll go on the line. So, yeah.
Lovely. Thank you. Senator Dwight again, Sierra Pacific Industries. Couple different comments. One is I like the gentleman's idea about prioritizing, where the treatments are going. And I'm thinking of around cost benefits, right? Bang, the carbon kilograms per unit dollars. Y'all are going to come up with numbers for programs. And of course, daylighted there's $9 billion, which isn't insignificant. And so I think that's really important. I think a lot of those gains, for example, so with respect to the forest program, thinking about the $9 billion, and I think the suggestion was purchasing conservation easements on 40% of the private industrial or 25% of the private industrial timberlands to increase carbon stocks on those timberlands for a benefit of society. I can tell you that on Sierra Pacific's timberlands, about 1,400,000 acres, 1,940,000 acres in California. Those timberlands are increasing their carbon stocks without any cost to the public. And that's done in an environment that's completely regulated with California Forest Practice Rules that protects all the different sorts of public benefits that, the public is concerned with: water quality, biodiversity, carbon stocks, fire resiliency, fire hazard, visual, you name it. It goes on and on and on and on. So my quandary is, why would you spend $9 billion on a program that is is already doing it free of charge. And what I think, but what I like the number, but I wouldn't put it towards conservation insights. Problem with forests right now is they're overstocked. They're overstocked. They're low-grade wood waste. Low-grade wood waste can't pay its way out of the woods in a lot of instances. Okay, so what do we need? If this is going to be sustainable, we need markets that are sustainable. And when I think of low-grade wood waste, I think, well, you need a product that's got a value added to it that can sustain that more expensive transportation program to get it out of the woods. So what would that be? Well, there's OSB. Okay, that's fine. But there's also the hard to electrify areas of the economy. Aeronautical fuel. I really don't think we're going to electrify our planes. So how do you entice capital to do that? People have talked about, oh, we're going to do feedstock stuff and secure feedstocks, and somehow the capital is going to come. And I can tell you the capital isn't going to come. Those facilities won't be built. There is no feedstock security that will bring that capital to the market. But what the $9 billion could do is it could build the infrastructure under a public program for either diesel fuel or aeronautical fuel. Proof of concept, get it built. The wood will come if that outlet is there. And then when all the quirks and stuff that no one will invest on because there's so much uncertainty around that, when those have been proven out, then the state flips it back to the private industry and recoups some of its costs. So that would be a good use of the $9 billion, in my opinion. And it would create a nice program that would allow us to thin from below and get rid of all that solar energy that gets captured in the understory and in intermediate trees and some of the smaller trees that are out there every day. The sun comes up every day and creates thousands of joules of energy for us to use. We just don't have technology. I hate to be a bearer of bad news, but the private venture capital is not coming to save us for that. I think it's going to create, I think the opportunity here is for the states to do something completely unique and bold, but Lord knows California's being bold. They've laid down the gauntlet in our climate. And that's my suggestion there. Then the last thing, sorry, I'm taking way too much time. Urban, just be cognizant of shading rooftop solar, and in just desert environments like Southern California, I think shaded parking areas that are PVs on in disadvantaged communities would be way better than sticking up open the ground and having to worry about water and everything else. Give it to the community free, and I think you'd see a lot happier people than an oak tree. Free electricity is a wonderful thing.
Thank you. Just one small clarification. The $9 billion we put in the California budget, $9 billion in one budget year for electrification in the transportation sector. So it was simply a comparator of if you're thinking you're going to get this kind of benefit from electrifying transportation, think about what you can get in the entire NWL sector. Just a clarification.
Okay, so we have 9 public comments, so I'm going to ask you all to keep it to a minute, max 2, so we can move through this. Awesome to see how many people want to contribute though. So Matt Holmes, you're up first.
So I want to be really fast. So I want to talk real quick on urbanscapes. I think everybody's on board with this. Investing in urban greening is always justifiable. Earth systems models don't apply to cities, and they don't capture the complexity of life in a city. But every investment that we put in there in urban greening is more than worth it based on the health protective benefits alone. I feel like the CAL FIRE programs are great. They're just underinvested in, and the administrative lift for participating in them is, it's prohibitive for some people. So a convenient actual urban conservationist, like I was a forester, not an arborist. I don't know anything about trees except how to stick them in the ground. To help streamline the CAL FIRE portfolio and the pilot doubling the investment. I know you can't put a carbon figure to that right away, but if it's applied research, we can keep track of that. We can actually demonstrate its benefit. And then Then overarching comments, anywhere that there's not data for where to start first, we have every authority to lean towards investing in disadvantaged communities. And this is not just to be charitable. The human resources are the limiting factor in addressing all of the ecological challenges we're looking at here. So if it's starting in working in the Delta, working on grasslands, working in forests, you're gonna have to get people there first. So my recommendation is for the resource conservation districts and the workforce investment boards and all the people interested in those things to talk about where is the first place that we can pilot scaling up the training for a just transition workforce of the folks who are left out of the benefits of the last economy. You know, it's really clear who benefited from the last economy, and it's clear who didn't. I got 7,000 people sleeping in a creek over here in Stockton. They're going to die of urban heat island effect. And every time we get a chance to work with one of them in an employee-employee relationship, it's rewarding for everyone involved. I don't think I hit a minute.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Catherine Dodd.
I want to echo Matt's comments on just transition, and I wanted to go back and emphasize again, you need to define riparian or everything will just be unriparian because all our streams are drying up. I also want to support the comments about oak trees. They are protected theoretically in riparian areas, but we have fewer riparian areas. I think you need to specify organic cover crops because when you use cover crops that have been grown with glyphosate, it's a moot point. Organic is a public health nurse. Organic allows flood protection, it's drought tolerant, and it protects both the people that are working in the farm, in the lands, and the people who are eating the food. Market demand, if we could get public procurement for all our public schools for organic food, the price would go down. So it's not an issue of there's not a market. There is a market and we have to create that market. And regarding exposure to strawberries or strawberries being more expensive, you know, the reality is that strawberries are probably one of the most dangerous crops to pick because we use fumigants, which are known carcinogens, to grow them. And just organic. Thank you.
Thank you. Evan Edgar.
Evan Edgar, I'm back at my office and I just want to talk about the compost supply. Right now we figure in California between manure, biosolids, conventional compost and organic compost is about 7,500 tons a year. And that's supported by a CalRecycle and other studies, but future tons is key. I heard about the future supply chain of compost could be an issue, but there's a state law called SB 1383 that requires 75% organic diversion by 2025, and that will divert about 10,000 new tons of food waste and green waste, which will result about 7.5 million new tons of compost, which will be organic compost because it's food and green. So right now we have great markets. Agriculture, conventional ag, sustainable ag, and regenerative ag is really buying up all our compost. We have no problem with compost markets in California. It's been a misnomer for years when people talk about it, but talking about future tons to deliver to the regenerative sustainable ag, we're going to have 7.5 million new tons of organic compost hitting the market between 2025 and 2030. Thus, those are the metrics I added to the Natural Working Lands document in 2019 that rolled into the scoping plan of CARB in 2022. So we're poised to deliver compost to the agricultural market. There's plenty of supply coming, 7.5 million, and agriculture can easily utilize it all. And I can have future presentations about what the compost industry is doing in California at a later date, should you want to hear about our efforts to increase the supply based upon the mandate of 1383.
Thanks, Evan. Joan Taylor.
Hello, my name is Joan Taylor. I'm chair of the California Nevada Desert Committee of Sierra Club and work closely on the California Renewable Energy Transmission Initiative, as well as the Desert Renewable Energy Conservation Plan, where I was an appointed stakeholder from the inception and co-authored environmental organizations' comments on the CEC's DRECP, Renewable Energy Acreage Calculator. To the point, public lands in the desert are targeted for solar, but destruction of intact desert is counterproductive from both a 30 by 30 and a carbon sequestration standpoint. You will learn more from the guest speakers about this. I will speak to the preferred siting for utility scale solar, not rooftop solar, utility scale, and this applies statewide. I'd like you to try and remember three things. First, PV is a disruptive technology. PV can be generated anywhere there's sunlight, witness Germany. And equally disruptive, photovoltaic energy is like cell phones. It does not have to be tethered to wires. Second fact, an average of 7% of energy is lost when transmitted long distances, and much more so in extreme heat when lines are loaded, which is precisely when California needs the most power. So while PV generated in or near urban loads may generate 10% less than the desert, local solar has none of these line losses. So equal net energy gets to the consumer, plus no loss of carbon sequestration or biodiversity, and with many more societal benefits like job creation and energy security. Third fact, energy agencies have projected a need for 70,000 megawatts of utility scale solar by 2045, and there are vastly preferred options to meet this target. It's critical that your group align with CEC and CPUC to coordinate with doing this right, because utility scale solar is not only targeted at the desert, it will come to everywhere. So if you do nothing else, please check out the table in section 10 at the end of the Inland Desert Team's Desert Sector Report, which you're going to receive and hear about today, which lists examples of optimal sites for utility scale solar that are consistent with 30 by 30 goals. Remember, PV is unique, and there are literally millions of megawatts of potential capacity for it in California on feasible and preferable sites with great societal benefits without touching intact lands. Try to remember, when it comes to ramping up renewable energy, first, do no harm. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Kathleen Kilpatrick, you're next.
Thank you. I want to comment also on the strawberries. I concur with all these previous speakers. There was a comment that that the strawberry pickers prefer conventional because they're bigger. And I just, first of all, get a basket of each, organic small strawberries and conventional big. See which ones taste better. I live in the Pajaro Valley, home of Driscoll's and 3 other giant berry companies. And given that those companies control the markets, the germplasm, and the labor hiring, and or in some way the labor, conventional berries are not going away overnight. I urge you, if you haven't, to read Julie Guthman's book called Wilted about the sustainability of our strawberry industry. They're also scrambling to develop machines to do the labor of the shrinking workforce. So they have control at this point about how the strawberries are grown. Markets are key. I know it's going to come up again. I hear the word yield, and it kind of, for me, is code for profits. We keep hearing that California feeds the world, but the people in the world who are starving are not starving for lack of California strawberries or almonds or even wine. But they will be starving, and they are starving from changes in the climate. Our workers in the fields who are picking the berries are also suffering now from the changes in the climate, and their health and longevity and the health of their families and children is a much more relevant consideration than the amount of profit that Driscoll's and the other large berry companies are getting from their large berries and their large yields. So keep the big picture and sustainability in view, and remember that sustainability is the key and not money. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Kathleen. Christina Wolf, and just a reminder to folks, please keep your comments to a minute because we have a few more coming in.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Great, thank you. I'm Christina Wolf. I am a certified range manager and I staff the Range Management Advisory Committee for the Board of Forestry and Fire Protection. And I just wanted to highlight a previous comment that was made by a member of the committee. NRC offices do have reps across the state in 4 delineated areas. So perhaps they could do an initial review of what is available and current in terms of ecological site descriptions, what's planned and ongoing, and if there are priority areas, and develop a plan for how to tackle that. Just to highlight the need, some UC Berkeley researchers and partners were doing research on an expansive parcel down in San Diego, and they needed the ESDs as a basis of their research to establish site capacity and identify priorities and resources and help develop guidance for their management. And they prioritized the development of an ESD first to support their research efforts. That's the work of Dr. Jamie Bartolome, Lynn Huntsinger, Felix Ratcliffe, among others who are all esteemed California rangeland experts. The RMAC itself, the Range Management Advisory Committee, has also identified gaps in the ESD needs in California, and recent RMAC stakeholder surveys and input at public meetings have reflected that interest and the need for more complete ESD coverage in California. And this topic has been highlighted as a potential future annual educational workshop series focus. I'm not sure what format that would take at this time, as the RMAC operates without a budget. But one of its main operational goals is to identify and elevate resource issues and needs in the state, and when warranted, to develop and implement initial efforts to address those needs, and then identify partners to carry the torch, so to speak, on continuing and ongoing efforts to meet those needs. To that end, the RMAC could potentially help organize and collaborate across institutions to develop an initiative like this to get this effort going via partnerships. But that would obviously probably include many other different organizations, not just NRCS. Perhaps there could be a state or federal partnership established to address this. The RMAC does communicate and collaborate with federal agencies, including NRCS, and NRCS representatives have contributed to RMAC workshops in the past as well. So we could leverage some of that existing relationship. It's not something that would be addressed in the 2023-24 RMAC workshops, but it could be a priority identified for 2024 and a potential focus of annual educational workshop series in the 2024 and 2025 year. So mainly, I just want to elevate this as a need for the ecological site descriptions in California, particularly for grasslands and rangelands, and to iterate the previous point about this, as well as to identify the RMAC as one potential resource in meeting this need. Thank you.
Thanks, Christina. Susie Boyd.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we can.
Great. Susie Boyd, I'm Public Policy Coordinator with Mojave Desert Land Trust. I'm speaking as one of several representatives from the Inland Desert Working Group who are on this call right now. I'd like to point out a significant problem with the scoping report's recommendation for the desert sector, which states cutting land conversion of deserts and sparsely vegetated landscapes by at least 50% annually from current levels starting in 2025. The problem is that when you suggest cutting land conversion by at least 50%, it sounds promising. But if we take the random figure of cutting land conversion by 70%, that means that 30% of the land is converted. And there's an accumulation effect because it's worded as annually. This is a big problem for us because the desert sector has an extremely low rate of recovery, as in hundreds to thousands of years. So if you're allowing that much, even 30% or 20% or 10% to be converted annually, you're essentially decimating the desert in a relatively short amount of time. The framework needs to pivot from percent of desert land conversion to siting developments on already disturbed desert land. So we need to think of this not in terms of the percent of land that is going to be sacrificed to development, but rather where are we going to put development? And this group supports development in the desert so long as it takes place on already disturbed land. So we suggest looking at some of the work that we will be sending in, looking at our maps and seeing there is plenty of already disturbed lands across the desert and across the state to cover our energy needs and our transition to clean energy, which we fully support. Really quick, if we do sacrifice desert lands, we're not just losing their capacity to sequester carbon, which accounts for 10% of carbon atmospheric emissions in the state of California. We're also sacrificing the desert's very high rate of biodiversity. We're sacrificing public health because disturbing the desert creates desert dust, which is toxic. And we're sacrificing job development because tourism in undeveloped areas is extremely important to local regional economies. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susie. Paula.
Hi, everyone. My name is Paula. I'm Policy Director at Californians for Pesticide Reform, and today I want to support the inclusion of pesticide reduction targets and organic agricultural adoption targets as part of the committee recommendations. In my role, I work closely with farm workers and folks who are former farm workers that are on the front lines of pesticide exposures, and learning about the disparities in health outcomes among the state's farm working workforce is really disturbing. Hearing about how folks are experiencing the compounding environmental exposures of pesticides, toxic pesticides, as well as heat is really concerning. While we also factor in, that pesticides account for a certain percentage of greenhouse gas emissions, which our farm workers in rural communities are on the front lines of those exposures. So there is just much more action that we could be taking to be supporting those on the front lines of the state's food system. To me, I see a very weak and fragile food system that is at risk of collapse if we don't take expedited action to prioritize pesticide reduction. And like our colleague Matt said, we need a just transition. I want to hear more folks talking about a just transition from the use of industrial pesticides to agroecological and organic farming in a way that is equitable and accessible and economically just. So I really hope that we can really prioritize pesticides in our goals of reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the state of California, and that our state's predominantly immigrant, indigenous, Mexican agricultural workforce is front and center in making that an equitable and just process. Thank you, everyone.
And how many more public comments?
We have 5 more. So do you want to set a limit for?
I think we can. I know we're trading on the kindness of our expert speakers already. I don't think we can go more than 5 minutes more in here, and we're going to need to extend the committee. If everybody on the committee is going to stay 10 minutes more, then if you can't, you can't. But if the majority can, it's just our logistical wrap up. But I want to honor their commitment to be here.
Okay. So please, public commenters, no more than a minute. Campbell, Ingram.
Hi, good afternoon. Campbell Ingram, Executive Officer of the Delta Conservancy. I want to thank the committee for all your work on this. I just wanted to respond to an earlier comment about a potential limit of public-owned land in the Delta and how that might challenge a 60,000 acre target for wetlands in the Delta. Right now, there's about 46,000 acres of sort of publicly funded land between the Department of Water Resources, Metropolitan Water District, and the Nature Conservancy. And so that's a good way on the way towards that 60,000 acre target. We just funded a conversion of a whole island of about 5,000 acres for Metropolitan Water District. We're looking at about 5,000 acres of rice conversion with private landowners, and then a couple other small projects that are getting us towards 12 to 13,000 acres with our initial tranche of funding that we have right now for nature-based solutions. So all to say that I would support, I think there's plenty of public land and plenty of opportunity to support at minimum, maybe a low end target of 60,000 acres in the Delta. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, Campbell. Ron Whitehurst.
Hello, my name's Ron Whitehurst. I was a member of the Sustainable Pest Management Work Group, and we came up with a broad spectrum of pathways to get off of toxic pesticides. So in natural working lands, there's a number of opportunities that we need to stop paying for spraying Roundup around to control the invasive weeds. the weeds are there because the soil is degraded, and we need to improve the quality of the soil and focus on that versus seeing the weeds as the pest. They're an indicator that we've been doing a bad job of taking care of the soil. So my wife and I run Rincon, Viterbo insectaries. We know from personal experience that we can grow all the crops of that are grown in California organically using soft pesticides and biological controls. So we don't need toxic pesticides to produce our crops. And we need to start thinking about feeding ourselves and feeding our neighbors and not feeding the world. That when we grow commodity crops and ship them overseas, we're destroying the local markets for the indigenous farmers in those communities. So we need to focus on feeding ourselves and our neighbors. So no pesticides are needed to manage our landscapes. So let's focus on the ecological methods and replacing these toxic chemicals and heavy equipment with social systems of engaging the public to come in and weed areas, that are problematic as far as invasive plants and supporting the native ecology. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you. Jim Wilson, you're up next.
Thank you, committee. I agree with the speaker who referred to the organizing principle, first, do no further harm. And I'd also like to say that consistent with the polluter pays principle, the entities responsible for greenhouse gas pollution, including bioenergy operations, should be responsible for paying for the carbon dioxide removal sufficient to balance the impact on climate change of those greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Mark and Eileen, you're the last two, and please keep it brief, thanks.
Thank you. Mark Weller with Safe Ag, Safe Schools, Monterey Bay. I support increasing the scoping plan organic adoption target from 20% by 2045 to at least 40% by 2045. And I support a specific pesticide use reduction target at least as strong as European Union's, and farm worker rights protections be included as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Eileen?
Yeah, hi, Eileen Anderson. I'm a senior scientist with the Center for Biological Diversity, and thanks for the interesting discussion this afternoon. I wanted to sort of go back to the potential cross-cutting recommendations and say that, restoring resilient habitats is important. There's no question about it, but keeping habitats intact in the first place is, I think, really the sweet spot. And certainly I hope that there's going to be great focus on that. I also wanted to say that myself and my colleagues have recently issued a report called Hidden in Plain Sight that explores the carbon uptake from different shrubland communities, as well as grasslands, desert, and riparian areas. These are often overlooked for their carbon sequestration values, and are certainly, I'm happy to supply that information, that report to you. Lastly, you'll enjoy the upcoming presentation on desert lands, which makes up a quarter of California, and have great value for carbon sequestration, as well as for functional ecological processes that sustain arid landscapes. Thank you.
Great, thanks. That's it for public comments. So back to you, Lori.
Let us go to our expert guest speakers, and appreciate very much your comments and being delayed a bit here. So our first two appear to be Robin Kobali and Michael Allen. Is this online or are they?
They're online. So Robin, you can share your screen. I'll stop sharing mine.
Okay. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Robin Kobali. I'm a botanist. I have a master's degree in plant ecology. I served as a botanist for the Bureau of Land Management for 21 years. I also served on the Independent Science Advisory Panel for the DRECP, and currently I am the Executive Director of the Summer Tree Institute, which is an environmental education nonprofit. I'd planned to present to you in person today, but Hurricane Hillary had a different idea and my flight out of Palm Spring was canceled, so here I am virtually. I'd also like to present or to introduce you to my co-presenter, Dr. Michael Allen. Michael, can you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Michael Allen. I'm a distinguished professor emeritus at University of California, Riverside, and I was the past director of the Center for Conservation Biology there. And I've worked in desert ecosystems since I was a graduate student many decades ago. And so a lot of this effort comes from, that we're going to present, comes from both the literature and is put together by a team of people from all over the desert. So I'll turn it back to Robin. And oh, one more thing, if you have any questions that follow that we don't even address today, we're certainly able to answer those in writing via email, or happy to discuss ideas further. Robin?
Okay, thank you, Mike. I'd like you to picture yourself standing in the desert, in this case, somewhere in the Mojave Desert. Almost every single plant around you is older than you are and older than your grandparents. Many of these plants were already growing long before our country was established over 200 years ago. You've probably heard about how long an individual creosote bush can live, well over 10,000 years, starting its life at the end of our last ice age. But other desert plants also have extremely long lives, such as Mojave yucca, living up to 2,500 years, and California juniper, which can live over 1,500 years or more. These surprising ages reveal just how difficult restoration is for damaged desert habitats, since restoring full functioning of the disturbed habitat will take hundreds to thousands of years. Below ground, desert plants grow extremely long roots to reach moisture deep in the soil that may have fallen many years ago. Deep roots ensure survival that when surface and shallow soil has completely dried out during long summers and droughts, this long roots still allow desert plants to survive even decade-long droughts. Let's take a closer look at desert soils, starting at the top. Biocrusts are a community of microbes that can include cyanobacteria, also known as blue-green algae, and fungi and lichens and mosses living in the top few centimeters of soil where they can receive sunlight. Some of these microbes produce protective coatings that act like glue to hold soil grains together, helping the soil resist wind and water erosion and preventing dust storms when biocrusts are kept intact. Wherever biocrusts are disturbed, this living soil glue is broken up and dust storms occur. This dust storm was created by the installation of an industrial-scale solar field near Joshua Tree. Notice that there is no dust over the undisturbed desert soil, only where the biocrust has been disturbed. The same velocity of wind is blowing over the undisturbed soil as over the disturbed soil, but look at the difference. Within these clouds of dust storms are particulate matter like PM10s, PM2.5s, heavy metals, and pathogens like valley fever spores, once held tightly in undisturbed soils, but released whenever the soil is disturbed. When humans breathe these particles into their lungs, very serious public health risks occur, including damage to cardiovascular, cerebral, blood, and immune systems. Now, going deeper underground, a massive network of symbiotic fungal hyphae, or mycelia, connect to the roots of host plants. These mycorrhizal partnerships funnel sugars from the plant roots into the fungal mycelia, which in turn gather and deliver essential nutrients and water to the host plant's roots. The mycelial threads of the desert's most common root partnering fungi are covered with a sealant called glomalin, which allows moisture and nutrients into the mycelia, but prevents their leakage out. This glomalin sheath is made from carbon breathed in by plants above ground, and that carbon is then transformed into sugars that are sent down to the roots and is shared with the fungal root partner. The fungus uses some of this sugar to create glomalin, a glycoprotein, which becomes a sticky semi-permeable coating around each fungal thread. So, atmospheric carbon becomes embedded underground as organic carbon in glomalin. Glomalin acts like a living glue that binds soil grains and organic material together, which can last 30 to 100 years in the soil if undisturbed, helping the soil to resist erosion. There are many miles of carbon storing glomalin in each cubic foot of desert soil. Glomalin, in fact, stores 1/3 of the world's soil organic carbon. Carbon is also stored in inorganic form in desert soils. Both plant roots and fungal mycelia respire or breathe out carbon dioxide into the dark underground soil. When this exhaled carbon dioxide meets moist soil that is also packed with calcium, crystals of calcium carbonate form, locking the carbon into inorganic calcite. I'd like you to take a peek at the very moment of carbon capture under a microscope. This is where a fungal mycelium joins a plant root, where both the fungus and the root are respiring CO2. That carbon dioxide combines with water and calcium to form crystals of calcium carbonate or calcite. These crystals can eventually form into large chunks or layers of calcite called caliche. Caliche can form at or near the soil surface or deep underground. The possible depths of caliche deposits are what make it so difficult to quantify the total amount of inorganic carbon stored underground. As long as the calcite or caliche remains buried, the carbon within those deposits can remain locked underground for hundreds to thousands of years. In fact, most of the caliche currently buried in the California desert was deposited there during the Pleistocene, when more lush vegetation covered the land. I have a chunk of caliche to show to you, but I'm not sure that I'm showing it on the screen. Am I showing on the screen or not?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, that is a chunk of caliche. The carbon captured inside this chunk will remain there until wind and water erodes it. So I could release the sequestered carbon by pouring water on it and acting as though I'm rain on an exposed piece of caliche that has been brought up from underground. That would unlock the carbon from the calcium, but let's keep it locked up for now. The primary gauge of the strength of an ecosystem's carbon sink is a measure of the net exchange of carbon between the ecosystem and the atmosphere. In other words, the carbon balance of the land, or how much carbon comes in versus how much carbon goes out. This measurement is called net ecosystem exchange, or NEE. By comparing the carbon balance of diverse ecosystems, we can get an idea of the relative strength of each ecosystem's carbon sink capacity. Dr. Michael Allen has summarized NEE rates measured within various ecosystems and compared them to those measured within 2 vegetation types that have been found to sequester significant amounts of carbon in the California desert. And those are creosote bajada scrub and microphyll woodlands, which contain mesquite. So as shown in this table, the desert's carbon sink capacity rivals that of a tropical rainforest or a boreal forest. These estimates of carbon accumulation in microphyll woodlands and creosote bajadas are in the range of coniferous forests and oak woodlands in Southern California. And just when you didn't think anything happened in the desert. Now let's look at these 2 vegetation types, creosote bajada scrub and microphyll woodlands, a little more closely. Just 2 of the many vegetation types in the California desert. Creosote bajadas are broad alluvial slopes with a cover of creosote bushes. Creosote can form almost pure stands across desert bajadas. Everything green you see in this photo is a creosote bush. Creosote is evergreen and is one of the only plants that remains green all year long during even the most severe droughts, when almost every other plant has dropped their leaves and gone dormant. Creosote continues to photosynthesize because of its extremely deep roots that reach down to soil that was still moist from rains that may have fallen many years ago. Deep roots mean that water is available to creosote year-round. This is why creosote is so important to the overall carbon capture and storage capacity of the California desert, since creosote is both very abundant and can continuously photosynthesize and sequester carbon even during severe droughts. Now, braided washes that support microfill woodlands can finger through creosote bajadas across low desert landscapes. The brighter green trees that you see in the background are in the microfill woodland, and closer you have the less bright green creosote. Microfill woodlands are composed of very deep-rooted desert trees, mostly in the pea or legume family, with small leaves to reduce evaporation and save water. So microfill woodland tree species include honey mesquite, desert ironwood, palo verde, cat's claw acacia, and smoke tree. These trees can each live for hundreds of years, and desert ironwood likely lives up to 1,000 years, possibly more. Microfill woodlands occur within dry washes. While they account for only about 5% of the acreage of the Sonoran Desert, they contribute to about 95% of the habitat for migrating birds. In fact, they contribute to the desert's impressive biodiversity. Studies have shown that deserts have the second most species-rich biome in the world when it comes to mammals, birds, and reptiles, higher than that of temperate forests, shrublands, and grasslands, trailing only the tropics in vertebrate animal species richness. So the dark braided areas that you see in this Landsat image are all microfill woodlands. Each of those dark lines there is a desert wash filled with microfill woodland trees. This image was taken in 1985 before a large solar installation was built there. This image was taken in 2019 after a vast area of microfill woodland was wiped out for installation of this solar field. Not only was biodiversity impacted, but carbon sequestration capacity was eliminated and deep carbon storage was destroyed. The sobering fact is that there is more than enough land already disturbed in California to meet its ambitious renewable energy goals without disturbing any more intact desert lands. Using a value of 5.02 acres required to develop 1 megawatt of ground mount single access utility scale solar, including battery storage and infrastructure, we would need 350,000 acres of land to mount PV panels to reach our goals. For context, we have over 105 million acres in California, with between 500,000 and 900,000 acres of water-deprived ag lands in the Central Valley that are already disturbed and may become fallowed. Hundreds of thousands of other acres are already impacted by parking lots, large commercial rooftops, 4,000 miles of open canals, and canal and highway right-of-ways. So if we leave our desert soils and our desert plants intact, we can preserve biocrusts that glue desert soils together, prevent dust storms that threaten human health, maximize carbon capture and storage, maintain high biodiversity levels, and retain vast stores of organic and inorganic carbon locked underground. Our ultimate message is this: disturbed desert soils release carbon. Intact desert soils sequester carbon. This is why our recommendation is to conserve 100% of undisturbed, non-military public lands annually based on current levels starting in 2024. Just like we can't refreeze the Arctic, once we disturb the desert, we can't undo the damage that will be done, not in our lifetime and not in many, many lifetimes. Thank you.
Robin, Dr. Allen, we'll need to keep your presentation to a few minutes so we can transition to the other two speakers. So if you could keep it to no more than 5 to 10 minutes, that would be great.
Okay. Mike, do you want to give a presentation or are you going to answer questions?
I'm just here to answer questions. I think Robin has covered our points very well.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you, Robin. Appreciate you all being here. So now let's move to our speakers in the room. Which one of you wants to go first?
Let's just make it clear, we're going to take all questions at the end. So Mike and Robin, please stay on. That was an excellent presentation.
Robin, can you stop sharing your screen?
Oh, I thought I had. I'm so
Thank
sorry.
you.
Stop sharing. Sorry.
Thank you.
I believe that Mike had planned on answering questions and not giving a presentation himself.
Yeah. Robin, we're going to save questions to the end.
Oh, okay.
Access.
Yeah, we don't have access to this. So I need to download it as a PowerPoint. Subject.
It's fine.
We're going to switch order, Jen. Okay. So I'm just going to speak.
Good. Well, thank you for having me today. Thank you, Chairwoman, and the committee for your service. This important issue. I'm Alessandro Ossola. I'm a professor at UC Davis. For better the land of the Pathan people. So I come from down the road, really. I'm an urban ecologist and I am the director of the Urban Science Lab. So I study plants and how they interact in the landscape, particularly in relation to climate change. I'm going to tell you a story from my previous life. I lived for 10 years in Australia, and this is your future. Unfortunately, California is going to look like this in the future. I was in Sydney during a pretty crazy heat wave, January 4th, 2020. It was 120 Fahrenheit. Okay, inside my home was like 90. It was really, really hot. The entire air conditioning. California, just to give a bit of context for those of you who are not urban ecologists, 95% of people live in whatever we call urban, whatever means urban. But the land covered by cities and towns is only 5%. So it's a very skewed and uneven distribution. This is the conundrum that I'm studying. What's the trade-off between green and too much green, and how we can optimize vegetation in urban areas so we can provide cooling benefits and other benefits to people, but also doesn't burn and create other type of issues. So striking this balance is not easy. I did my entire career on this. And here I want to give some opinion to your committee so you can go home and think about this and potentially include some of this stuff in your recommendations. So first of all, criterion I want to highlight, not all urban tree species will survive climate change, okay? This is a different study that we did in Sydney during heat wave. What you do field work with a couple of postdocs, you send them to do field work during very, very hot weather. Fortunately, it was in a car. This is a drive-by study of the mortality of different species of trees. You don't need to look at the names, but all the trees with red and yellow, they were heavily damaged or lightly damaged or completely defoliated and dead. Interesting bit about this is that when trees were stressed by drought, they are much more vulnerable to heat wave events. So when we have a period of, like we observe in California, 3 or 4 years of drought, trees are depleted in their reservoirs of carbohydrates and other molecules, so they really struggle, okay? So we actually did an accounting of this particular weather event. It's a single summer. If we were to replace only the stems that failed, it's gonna cost millions, potentially dozens of millions. If we were to replace all the species that failed completely, it's going to cost hundreds of millions of dollars, okay? So we need to get it right in the first place. Otherwise, in 5 years' time, I'm going to be here testifying again in front of your committee and we can solve the issue. Interesting bit also is that every tree species in this particular list, so the majority on top, there is an asterisk next to them. They are all exotic species to Australia in this particular case. So they're not doing great, okay? However, for those of you who are fundamentalists about native versus exotic species conundrum, guess what? This is Sequoia sempervirens. You see the niche of this particular species. There's a global niche calculated based on where these species can live on the planet, based on mean daily maximum air temperature of the warmest month. You see already that in this particular case, this species is already in Sacramento, is way past the niche, okay? And in the future, it's going to be even further on the right-hand side of this graph. Guess what's happening? This is from last week. We are still growing and selling this species, not far from here. I'm not going to say who's doing this, but we need to change this, okay? And until we figure out what's the interrelationship between supply and demand, we're going to fail, okay? We need to work with trade, industry, to be able to fix this. If growers can't sell them, then they're not going to grow them. If people don't find them in the market, then they can't plant them. So if we could figure out a way to solve this conundrum, that would be great. California, we have 175 million trees planted in urban areas, more or less. We want to increase canopy cover, but we need to have a good quality of canopy cover. It's not just an accounting exercise. Okay, first principle. Another study we did.
Is there a presentation? Because we're just seeing the audience. Thanks. Sorry to interrupt. Continue with the terrible news. Appreciate it.
Thank you for pointing out. Anyway, I take you to the skies. Actually, in this particular study, we had an aircraft on standby for an heat wave to be developed over Adelaide, South Australia, to get the landscape really, really hot. And then we flew this aircraft to measure land surface temperature and a bunch of other things over a very hot landscape. Long story short, we measure, land surface temperature during day and night, vegetation cover, and all of that. So the interesting bit that we discover here is that as we move away from the coast to inland, the benefit that vegetation provides are greater. So the black line here is not vegetated patches. The tree canopy is in green. The grasses are in yellow here. So It means that if you plant a tree near the coast versus 10 miles inland, the benefit you get is different. So imagine that you're in Santa Monica, you're planting a tree versus Los Angeles. That single tree is going to give you a different benefit. So location, 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 location. Okay, that's another concept I want you to remember. Not just because it's green. I understand you have all different canopy targets and you have to devise way to provide advice. But remember that the benefits you might get, they're completely different places. Something to remember. Then finally, the bit that I like the most, I'm an ecologist, but really I'm a sort of social scientist. In urban areas, if we exclude people from the conversation, we already lost it. Urban areas are managed by definition. Everybody has a front yard or a backyard. People are doing something different in the back versus the front. It's a bunch of studies we did in Boston, but we demonstrated that, for example, in backyards, people are planting taller trees. They have a greater canopy cover compared to the front because, I don't know, there are social mechanisms. Potentially people are more willing to keep taller trees in the back, or maybe in the front there is no space for taller species and so on. So these are mechanisms that we are currently studying, and I hope to do more research in California soon. I just started 1 year ago at UC Davis, so I'm ramping up my research, and I will be happy to co-produce science with you and in the future. This is an example of a study that we did. Imagine that that's you, that's your neighbor, and that's your neighbor of your neighbor, and so on. So you get the gist of it, okay? So what we saw from the data, this big data, is that if you look at, for example, on the left-hand side graph here, in terms of tree canopy cover, there is this sort of flex point where up to 5 neighbors, your behavior is affecting each other. After 5, this trends fades off. So it means that if we have 2 trees in a tree planting scheme, we don't give these trees away for free to you and your neighbor. We give to you and 6 neighbors away, maybe 10 neighbors away, because we can actually try to use these social mechanisms to be able to put people to convince each other to do the right thing, which is to plant the tree. In a universe with finite resources like we are, we need to optimize, and this is what I think in terms of mathematical modeling and all of this. This is important because now the Federal Forestry Service, USDA, got a shower of money for tree planting in America for trees that actually don't exist in the market. So we need to understand how to optimize this, and that's an issue and trying to advise USDA, Forestry Service, and many other organizations. So my goal is to you to think not just about the ecology of all of this, but also the social bit and the technological bit. We have Silicon Valley down the road, literally. I moved to California because I'm working with Google people and a bunch of other folks. At least in urban areas, we have collected a lot of data that we can actually use to inform policies and to try to do better management of this. And then the other thing that is particularly close to my heart is something that I actually helped in a hearing of the South Australian Senate a few years ago. We got the largest battery power plant in South Australia. I don't tell you who did this, you can search it up. Guess what happened? Everybody was getting solar panels for free. Many people were chopping down their trees because the trees were shading the solar panels. This is the first thing to fix. Maladaptive policy. I understand it's really hard, but you've got to talk to as many people to try to forecast what's happening. Unfortunately, it's going to happen, but trying to minimize these issues would be absolutely great. So we are moving from trying to cope with climate change, to improve, to transform, and ideally, I want you to think big and trying to find ways to innovate. We need something new. We need something better. All the things that brought us here, of course, didn't work. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking about this stuff now. Anyway, so I'm happy to take any questions after the next presentation. Otherwise, you can send me an email and I can follow up. Thank you.
Good regenerative agriculture using old pans.
Use the presentation. Yes.
Yeah,
I can use the
I
presentation.
still have to share. Oh,
I can share. I can just.
okay. Can I tell you that can start? I got it.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you all so much for having me today and for all of your tremendous work on the committee. My name is Asha Sharma. I'm the organizing director at Pesticide Action Network North America. So I lead our California organizing and policy work. In California, we're members of the coalition Californians for Pesticide Reform, which is a coalition of 100+ organizations working closely, specifically with rural communities, farm working communities in California on the front lines of pesticide exposure to achieve environmental justice. Importantly, climate change is one of the most significant challenges to face humanity in agriculture. However, relatively little attention has been given to pesticides' contribution to climate change or how agroecology could help achieve climate justice. We have been working alongside our partners to raise awareness of this topic, culminating in a report, Pesticides and Climate Change, A Vicious Cycle, which we released in January of this year, and which will be the basis of a lot of my presentation today. So I wanted to start off just with basically the thesis of our report, which shows how pesticides and climate change result in a vicious cycle. So as you can see on the slide, climate change impacts increased pest pressure, decreased pesticide efficacy, and decreased crop resilience, all leading to projected increases in pesticide use and therefore pesticide exposure for rural communities. And then data also shows how pesticides are ultimately derived from fossil fuels. They result in increases in greenhouse gas emissions, which further climate change, resulting in this vicious cycle. However, there is a solution, agroecology, which creates a vivacious cycle. So agroecology means working with nature rather than against it, using ecological principles, minimizing synthetic chemical inputs. This includes synthetic chemicals like pesticides and fertilizers, and centering the decision-making power and knowledge of farmers, farm workers, indigenous people, and local communities. Agroecology importantly involves achieving sustainability in all parts of the food system. That includes ecological, economic, and social, using holistic systems level approaches. So as you'll see in this graphic here, agroecology results in decreases in agrochemical use, pesticide use through building soil health, increasing above ground and below ground biodiversity, increasing crop resilience, and reducing pest pressure, leading to reduced pesticide use and greenhouse gas emissions, creating a vivacious cycle. So this is just a little overview of what I'll be covering today. So I'll talk a little bit about pesticides and their hazards, especially as it pertains to equity. I'll talk about pesticides and climate change, agroecology as a climate-friendly and socially just solution, policy recommendations, and then have some questions, time for questions at the end. So I wanted to start off with this quote from another Dr. Adam, Dr. Adam M. Romero, in the book Economic Poisoning, which I brought. If you all want to check it out and pass it around. It's a really great book that basically details the history of pesticides, specifically in California. So I'll start off with this quote that says, by the early 1940s, California agriculture had become fully integrated with its petroleum economy,
Its agriculture have become an important part of the oil industry's waste management infrastructure, while its growers increasingly relied on petroleum to move their tractors, kill their insects, feed their crops, and fumigate and fertilize their soils. As a little context, the chapter that this quote came from details how shale oil in California in the 1930s began to capture oil well and refinery gases to use as hydrogen feedstock to manufacture ammonia, to use as synthetic fertilizer, and to use in industrial processes to manufacture synthetic chemicals like pesticides. And I just really wanted to show how our current agricultural system was developed hand in hand with our fossil fuel economy in California, and that part of the critical work that we have to do to address carbon neutrality is divorce the agricultural industry from fossil fuel dependence, as exemplified by our continued dependence on synthetic chemical pesticides. So just a little introduction to chemical pesticides. So I'll really be focusing on synthetic or chemical pesticides. They're the ones that are used predominantly in agriculture today. They're the ones that carry the most harmful health impacts. There are also natural organic pesticides that you've probably heard of as well, but those are not derived from synthetic chemicals. They're not derived from fossil fuels. They don't carry the same health impacts. So I'll really be focusing on chemical pesticides today. Pesticides we use as kind of an umbrella term to refer to all types of pesticides. That includes, you've probably heard the term herbicides, for instance, to control weeds. So pesticides are used to control, kill pests, whether that's weeds, insects, rodents, etc. And unfortunately, they carry both acute and chronic health risks. So of course, acute poisoning to pesticides can be life-threatening, sends people to the emergency room, exposed in high amounts. There are also chronic diseases associated with chronic exposure to pesticides. These include diseases like cancers, reproductive diseases, respiratory diseases, developmental disorders, especially for children whose pregnant parent was exposed to pesticides. Also, pesticides are a top driver of biodiversity loss worldwide. So you all have probably heard at this point that pesticides are a top driver, for instance, of pollinator loss. There was also a recent study that just came out from Europe that showed that pesticides are like the top driver of bird loss in Europe. To put this in context, we've also lost 3 billion birds in 50 years in the US. They're also harmful to insects, aquatic life, pretty much life, any life form, it can be harmful. And then they're used in California at 4.5 times national rate, which is important to point out. This is a statistic that the Union of Concerned Scientists calculated in a report on farm workers, extreme heat and pesticide exposure. That's per acre of cropland and results in about 200 million pounds of active ingredients of pesticides being applied in California per year. Important thing to note about pesticides, we're only tracking active ingredients. So for instance, the active ingredient in Roundup, which is the most common herbicide you've probably heard of, is glyphosate. We only have data on glyphosate, the active ingredient. Pesticide companies are not required legally to disclose inert ingredients or inactive ingredients, which oftentimes are also toxic chemicals. They're oftentimes also derived from petroleum, and they can make up the majority of a pesticide formulation. For instance, for Roundup, 75% of the formulation is inert ingredients, not active ingredients. So just important context when we're talking about pesticide use, we're talking about active ingredients. And I wanted to talk about pesticides specifically as an environmental injustice. So this is a quote from our report, that the compounded effects of climate change and pesticide use fall predominantly on the shoulders of people of color, a climate and racial injustice. And this is a statistic from the American Journal of Public Health using CaliPA data that shows that 60% of the zip codes with the highest proportion of residents of color in California host more than 95% of the agricultural pesticide use in the state. The same study showed that pesticides are one of the top 2 pollutants most correlated with race and ethnicity in terms of how their impacts are distributed.
So really, this is one of the top environmental injustices happening in California when you look at the racial distributions of the health impacts. And also specifically when we're talking about who's impacted, these are typically majority Latinx communities. They're typically farm worker communities. So you all may be familiar with the majority of farm workers in California overwhelmingly are from Mexico. They're immigrants from Mexico. Many are undocumented. So this is the specific community that we are typically talking about. We're talking about the folks on the front lines of both climate change and pesticide exposure. And I included this photo to just show farm workers harvesting adjacent to a wildfire, being exposed to wildfire smoke, showing that they're on the front lines of climate change. And of course, they're also on the front lines of pesticide exposure, whether it's at work, where they can experience pesticide drift from neighboring agricultural fields, whether it's at home or whether it's at their children's schools. Pesticides are really all around them. And unfortunately, climate change impacts are anticipated to worsen health impacts related to pesticide exposure. For instance, high heat makes the human body more susceptible to pesticide poisoning, and additionally creates a disincentive to wear protective gear. Lots more statistics out there that show disproportionate impacts of pesticides to farm workers and higher rates, for instance, of developing cancer. I'll point you to one important study that is really fundamental to a lot of the research, which is called the Chamaco study out of UC Berkeley, where since 1999, UC Berkeley researchers have been working with a cohort of 600 pregnant farm workers in the Salinas Valley and tracking also any chronic diseases that their children are developing or have developed, and seeing if there's associations with pesticide exposure that they were tracking in women throughout their pregnancy and throughout their lives. The kids are now in their early 20s, so there's dozens of studies now published about this cohort. One of the many published findings is one that shows that the highest level of exposure to organophosphate insecticides had pervasive developmental disorders associated with that exposure for the children, consistent with autism, ADHD, and lower IQ. So really encourage you all to check out the Chamaco study landing page. And there they have links to all of the studies, peer-reviewed studies that they've published about that cohort. So really quick slide, just talking about climate change impacts and how they're projected to worsen pest pressures and ultimately increase pesticide use. So a couple of facts to point out here. Pest ranges typically increase with temperature with some regional variation. Reproductive rates can also increase for pests, and pests that would once die back in the winter no longer do because of our more mild winters. Climate stressed plants are also more susceptible to pests. Natural controls decrease as climate change disrupts the synchronicity of pests and their natural enemies. Pesticides degrade more rapidly at higher temperatures, decreasing their efficacy and requiring more frequent applications. And then, of course, the age-old pesticide treadmill persists, in which pests inevitably develop resistance to pesticides, and pests previously under check become problems. All of these factors together drive an increase in pesticide use and associated greenhouse gas emissions and exposure to communities. And then I'll talk a little bit about how pesticides themselves contribute to climate change. So importantly, 99% of synthetic chemicals are derived from fossil fuels, including synthetic pesticides and including synthetic fertilizers. Major oil and gas companies, this includes companies like Chevron, Shell Oil, as I already mentioned, ExxonMobil, produce pesticides or their chemical precursors. This is an example of an ad from Chevron saying, let paraquat, which is an herbicide, be your plow. This was published in a magazine called No-Till Farmer. Chevron was the original manufacturer of the pesticide paraquat, which right now is making its way through the court system due to links to Parkinson's disease. So just wanted to show that as an example. Importantly, pesticides contribute to greenhouse gas emissions throughout their life cycle, but most studies are only looking at one specific pesticide and one specific stage of their life cycle. So that includes Their manufacturing, production, transportation, storage, which is typically in plastic, the actual application process itself, and then post-application impacts on soil, all of which can result in releases to greenhouse gas emissions. And then we do a calculation in our report showing that the manufacture of 1 kilogram of pesticides requires 10 times more energy than 1 kilogram of nitrogen fertilizers. Nitrogen fertilizers have received a lot of attention, rightly so, due to their contributions to climate change. We make this calculation just to show that pesticides also need to be raised to the same level of visibility because of their contributions. And then importantly, pesticides also release volatile organic compounds when they're applied. This happens due to the process of volatilization when they turn into a gas. Volatile organic compounds then combine with nitrogen oxides in our atmosphere, which then form ground level ozone, which of course is a really important pollutant of air quality. It's a major reason why we're out of compliance with the Clean Air Act in the Central Valley. And then of course, ground level ozone also is a greenhouse gas itself. So this is just a statistic on looking at industrial areas, but wanted to give you all a sense of the scale that shows that volatile chemical products like pesticides can also include other things like cleaning products, paint, for instance, now constitute half of fossil fuel VOC emissions in industrialized cities. The same study shows that most estimates of VOC emissions are typically underestimating the contributions of chemical products to overall VOC emissions by about 2 to 3-fold.
Actually, we have to wrap up. Okay, for questions.
Awesome, sounds good. It's just another slide detailing the process by which fossil fuels have pesticides. I won't get into that for the sake of time. Also just want to note synthetic fertilizers are derived in a very similar process. They mostly come from natural gas and also have really critical health impacts for communities. So wanted to make sure that that's addressed as well. And then pesticides contribute to greenhouse gas emissions. Also post-application, fumigant pesticides have been shown to increase nitrous oxide production in soils by 7 to 8-fold. We use about 37 million pounds of fumigants in California. That's from 2021, the most recent year we have data from the Department of Pesticide Regulation. And then some pesticides themselves are greenhouse gas emissions. For instance, we're using a lot of sulfuryl fluoride, another fumigant, and we're applying about 3 million pounds of that in California per year. There's also a lot of other ways that pesticides are harmful to soil health and can impede formation of soil organic matter, soil organic carbon. And we have a report on that on our website that I'll just let you check out for the sake of time. Pesticides can also be harmful to soil microbes, soil invertebrates that are really critical to forming healthy soils. And I won't give too many examples of agroecology, just want to note that farmers are practicing it, it's happening. There's also lots of benefits to climate change mitigation and adaptation from adopting agroecological practices. Increasing biodiversity on farm is really a key practice, and crop diversity. This is our pesticide target recommendation that comes from the EU Farm to Fork target, which recommends reducing by 50% the overall use and toxicity of chemical pesticides by 2030. This is also in line with the CARB Environmental Justice Advisory Committee's recommendations. And we want to prioritize the phase out of highly hazardous pesticides, which is also in line with the same targets, and also in line with the Sustainable Pest Management Roadmap that was mentioned, that was developed by the Department of Pesticide Regulation. There's lots of pathways to get here. I'm happy to send these around for the sake of time. There needs to be way more technical assistance, direct incentives to farmers to adopt, continue diversified organic and agroecological practices, especially with historically underserved groups. There's lots of farm workers out there that want to be farmers themselves. There's lots of barriers to securing land, water, resources. Markets we've already mentioned are a big issue. There's lots of ways we could be leveraging our state procurement to be incentivizing agroecology, local food systems. So in addition to the scoping plan goal and increasing the ambition of the organic target, also be doing things like adopting an organic procurement target in California. So
yeah, lots of potential pathways to get there and a ton of co-benefits, which hopefully you can tell from my presentation.
And your slides, everybody will have a copy of your slides, so that's wonderful.
Sure.
But you are assured that we will see all of that.
Great, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Again, I regret the packets had to squeeze this down into such a small amount of time, but for the committee and then the public questions and comments, Sandro and Asha and Robin and Michael, I believe, are available to answer questions because everybody did put together a really thoughtful presentation, which we appreciate. I would start on the desert side. I think that, this is a really interesting presentation. And are there thoughts in particular from the members of the committee who have been focused in on deserts that you want to share with Robin and Mike, the questions that you have for them?
So, I mean, I think I heard maybe a recommended target of directing 100% of new development to already disturbed lands, which I don't think was in the report they gave us. I think that that's a little bit of a sin. So I don't know, maybe just to confirm that I heard that. Right.
Yeah, Susie brought that up.
Yeah.
The scoping plan target is 50% annually, she mentioned.
Right, but there's also this flip on the new development, so it's like targeting, so it's not just like conserving and.
It's not just reducing loss.
Right, and then
that's the key.
It's kind of taking a different angle, which is directing 100% of new development to already disturbed lands.
That is what I heard. And also the concept should not just be one of reducing the rate of loss because we keep having a smaller and smaller amount. And so the rate is not really the issue, but it is ensuring that we maintain what we have. And what I'm hearing them recommend is, conserve everything that's intact. Direct your large scale utility solar photovoltaic developments to already disturbed lands. And that, Mike or Robin can confirm that was in fact what they were recommending.
That's exactly what we would recommend.
And your slides also will be distributed to everybody. I want to thank you for the quality of that presentation. That was excellent. Are there any other committee questions for them or thoughts?
Well done. That was very good presentation.
Yeah, I thought it was excellent. We really appreciate the time you took.
Just to clarify with that new development, are you saying, is that just for public land development or public and private?
All undisturbed land. They're saying,
Well,
do your development.
Yeah, what we've kind of focused on is the public lands because that's what government can actually make some stronger decisions on. We certainly view protection of anything as any undisturbed lands as a good thing. But in most cases, the people who are actually have land available, but it tends to be more expensive than public land. It's usually former ag land or it's disturbed in some other way. So I think if we just focused on the public lands just for that reason.
And Jen, should we take this sequentially of first the desert conversation, then the urban conversation, and then so it's committee and then public, and then committee and then public, or just all committee first and then public?
I think we should do all committee and then public. And I think for the sake of time, just whatever questions you have for whichever presenters.
So could we go to the urban sketch? Because I think unless there's something else on desert, on the urban scape conversations, questions or thoughts from the committee?
Just the quick one. You brought up in several cases the sort of the capacity of thinking about publicly versus privately planted trees. Is there a way to estimate, say, for California, what fraction of our urban trees are planted public funding versus privately?
The Sacramento Tree Foundation, for instance, they have records going back to 30 years. Unfortunately, they are not digitized, and we didn't get a research grant last round to digitize them. It's 100,000 records. So there is data, unfortunately, it's not available. So it's, yeah.
I have a question relative to the study you were showing in Perth. I believe you said that, or could you just restate, for all the trees that you were looking at their degree of damage and recovery, they all exotics, or were there any natives in that?
No, they're also natives. Even in California, we have 20,000 native plants overall. So 2,000 endemics, not all trees. But also, the sequoias can be really damaged too. The thing that I want to stress on record is that we might not be able only to rely on trees because they grow slowly, particularly the very, very drought tolerant species like the desert one might take forever to grow, and we really need to up and down. That's why, to me, having a palette species with exotic and native that they can grow fast. Trees and all the trees can be vines to shade facades or green roofs. We really need the entire palette of technologies to be able to fast, otherwise we're not going to make
Could you speak a little bit about this issue of using shrubs and vines? Because this was pretty much focused on trees. Tell us more about what you're saying about.
Well, some of the species are really easy to propagate, so we can actually put them in the market really fast if growers can, grow them. And particularly, for example, in front yards or in places where you don't have physical space to plant a tree, or you don't want people to have liabilities related to falling limbs. You're in the atmospheric river crisis. I spent, the entire month in January talking to the media to demonstrate, to tell people that the issue is not the tree, it's the poor management of the tree. That's why we need to focus on other life forms. For instance, there is other bills under discussion in California about using plant cover with native species up to 75%. That's good news, but we need to be able also to think forward about how trees and other species are growing longitudinally all the time. The other issue is water use. We want to save water, as we know. There are a couple of bills talking about water for landscaping uses and discussion. I think there's like about budgets, but if we were to stop, for example, watering non-functional turf, we're going to kill millions of trees across California because most of the trees, urban trees, are getting water from the lawns that are irrigated. So that's something to think about between trade-offs between one policy about saving water, but also the rest of the benefits we're going to get.
One of the things we were talking about earlier is ecologically appropriate species. So your point about sequoia is well taken. Native, but it's not here.
I have one question too. It sounds like what you're talking about in a way is like facilitated section, but using native and non-native. So knowing that kind of be part, because I'm thinking of like the natural system of the forest. And I just sort of plan that out. We do restoration, but in this case, we're thinking urban programs. So we might have a target, like you're saying, to maybe with the non-native fast-growing species, but we know that we're going to have some sort of facilitated or gap succession going on in our urban environments. Other ones we might be planted, which is to replace the non-natives or whatever it is.
Correct. I mean, I would love to have the oaks in my yard. I just bought a home, so now this is the first thing I'm going to do in this, but it's going to take forever. Yeah. We don't have that amount of time. Yeah. Sometimes even, putting some basic grasses on concrete helps, and this cools off, shades off a few degrees. And this is what we really need, particularly many underserved communities across California, they are really hot. So we need to understand how to do it fast at the time.
So in your slide, when you were showing the graphs about the differential and the temperature, there's not, the canopy cover absolutely made a bigger difference, but the herbaceous cover made a pretty substantial difference.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that the trees, that's land surface, land surface temperature is not their temperature. Okay, let's measure on surface. People don't really touch the ground, so they live, you know, few feet up. They are correlated, but they are not necessarily the same thing. And plants, you know, they are experiencing different temperatures as well. The grasses, they, you know, they are soil, so they are much warmer compared to a, you know, a tree. That's why my suggestion is to think broadly. We are blessed with a diversity, crazy diversity of species. We live in a floral kingdom overall in California. And we can actually use this diversity to provide jobs and to actually increase biodiversity and all the other benefits. But we really need to think ahead and screen out all the species that I know we're going to fail. Otherwise, we're just wasting.
Any thoughts or questions on the urbanscape? And that was a great presentation on benefits of moving to organic, non-industrial fossil fuel-based agriculture. Are there thoughts or questions for Ash?
I just have a question if you'd like to share the sources for a lot of your slides that were related to the one that had the EJAC's recommendations on it and also the how pesticides contribute to climate change and what's happening here. How they contribute to greenhouse gas. And there are a lot of like facts on there and equivalents. But that would be helpful to see that.
Yeah, happy to share this.
Thank you.
And I have to flag that we are limited to our biogenic carbon. So the avoided emissions associated with many of the things we're recommending, you know, are not going to be ones that out of the retaliating out, you know, living in cities. The trees is not going to get attributed to us, i.e. the plant people, but same with pesticides and fungicides and herbicides. So big part of the co-benefits. If there are no further questions from the committee, we would move to the public comment.
Yeah, so Catherine Dodd, you're up first, and then Matt Holmes.
Hi, this is Catherine again. I'll be brief. I just wanted to say I learned more on this hearing than I learned in a year of classes. This was amazing. Thank you for putting it together. I especially love the presentation on the desert. But in terms of the urban, I also want to highlight the importance of urban landscape and nature for kids. Kids need trees, kids need shade more than ever now. So it's ever so important. And in terms of pesticides, I really want to urge that you recommend specific reduction targets along with farm worker rights and protections. And thank you again for the great presentations. Asha's was great as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Catherine. Matt.
Oh, there it goes. Hey, thank you. Thanks for coming, Asha. Appreciate that. Came in like a hitter on the scoping plan as well on this issue of pesticides, which, you know, continues to be better understood, but certainly wasn't understood when we passed our laws around like AB 32, and we're all focused on carbon. We're going to get hung on that carbon cross if we don't learn how to deal with other short-lived climate pollutants. But thanks for highlighting the human impacts. I want to thank Robin and Mike for showing us how public lands are really devalued, and that's why they're exposed to things like these utility scales that they're fighting. It reminds me of the forest in my hometown of Susanville in Lassen County. We have Golden State Natural Resources Agency's Resilient Forests scheme. It's a wood pellet scheme where they're going to cut down our forest and set it on fire in Japan. You know, it doesn't pencil out unless the government gives away the land and provides all the startup money. So there's just this pattern of lending credulity to narrow industrialized profit-making structures and companies. But boy, I tell somebody I want to hire formerly incarcerated people, reentry citizens in my community to help reforest their town. to protect us from urban heat island effects so we don't have Chicago summers. And they're like, well, how are you going to do it? How do you know they'll come to work? Like the scrutiny that we face when we talk about investing in people and places just doesn't seem to show up on the big profit-making strategies that seem to come out of Sacramento a lot. I got to call out this dynamic because it's centralized, because it puts the state's best value, its old idea of what best value is, in the forefront, but it totally deletes the public health and community wealth creating analysis. So that's keeping two sets of books, just like Al Capone. And we've got to do a better job of integrating, the human element into all of these things. Otherwise, we're still seeing reductions on paper, like much of the scoping plan, and we're not seeing the real climate action that we need. I didn't know as much about those utility scale projects in the desert as I should have, but they really struck a chord with me, especially because the desert is sacred and it's a landscape we will never understand. And the best thing is just to not touch it, leave it alone. So with that, I'll clam up. Just wanted to elevate those comments.
Thanks, Matt. Next up is Kathleen. Patrick.
I also appreciated all the presentations. I also learned a lot. I just wanted to go back to the forest, which wasn't included in this thing. And I'm hoping that your planning will focus on fuel reduction and not conversion to airline fuel. That sounded pretty wild to me. But I think the key issue there, again, will be workforce development, because that's going to be labor intensive to fix our forests and save the soils beneath them. I also support the undisturbed deserts and the siting of solar and also wind in the places where they will not do harm to existing biodiversity and carbon sequestration. The pesticide targets, Asha didn't say so, but the targets in the Sustainable Pest Management Roadmap are far in the future, beyond my lifespan, 2050. We need to move those targets up, and your voice will be important in getting that done. And in terms of urban forestry, I want to just remind you all of all those people in those rural agricultural communities out in the San Joaquin Valley and the lower Salinas Valley and other places in the state who live in substandard housing with a very minimum amount of parks and trees. They're pretty far inland. They're in the hot zones. They're the ones who need the trees the most. Find out what the best trees are for those climates, and let's figure out a plan to get trees to those communities to give them some shade. And again, you have a big task to integrate all these things together, but what the state needs is an integrated plan. It's not just cross-cutting, but it all needs to fit together in a way where the best practices in each area are meshed among these various agencies that often don't communicate well with each other to make a plan, because it's getting hot here. So let's do the best we can. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathleen. Next up is Richard Rollins.
Thank you. And I want to say thank you to all the presenters and the panelists for your contributions and good work. This is excellent. I've learned a lot. Since this is has a lot to do with land use in California, I simply wanted to call your attention to what I believe is a growing dual use aspect of land use, where solar photovoltaic facilities, large scale, can be built on agricultural land or grasslands and provide multiple benefits both to the landowner and to the state of California, farm workers included. These types of facilities are generally known as agri-solar or agrivoltaics. And among the benefits that they offer, not the least of which is they provide a land sparing approach to land use in California. And they increase both renewable energy generation while preserving fragile ecosystems or undeveloped lands. And they particularly can provide some relief from the inclination to sacrifice lands in the desert And so I'm simply encouraging you as a committee, as a working group, to consider agri-solar or agrivoltaics as a part of the solution to land use in California. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Let me just quote the next one.
Jen?
Yeah.
We have.
Yeah, I know. I'm just pulling up the list. Dan, you're up next. Dan, are you there?
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes. we can.
Okay, thank you. I joined fairly late, only maybe 20, 30 minutes ago, so I don't know the full content of today's discussion. So apologies if this either was covered or if it's potentially off topic from the short description I read of the purpose of the meeting. But what I as a natural, as a lover of nature and open space and desert landscapes and things like that, and as a former employee in the energy realm, what is the agency's stance on nuclear power? And so I guess, I'll keep going for a second, then let you answer at the end. Diablo Canyon provides about 9% of the state's power on a very small footprint. Here in San Luis Obispo County, there's a Topaz solar farm, which at the time it was constructed was the largest solar farm in the world, about 9.5 square miles. The power block, the power generating portion of Diablo Canyon is 12 acres, so about 6 Home Depots worth, compared to 9.5 square miles. The annual output of Diablo is about 18 terawatt hours. The Topaz Solar Farm's about, I believe, I forget the actual numbers, 1.2 terawatt hours or something like that. So it's like a 14-to-1 ratio. It would take 14 of those Topaz Solar Farms to equal the annual output of Diablo Canyon, and the power would still be only available in the day, not at night. California is still about 50% natural gas of all of our in-state energy. Our gas use is very, very slight reduction from the previous year, and with no real end in sight, we're trying to push gas out of homes. We're trying to electrify transport, and that's only going to increase the electric demand on the grid. We've got gas plants that their leases are being extended for like ones through cooling. We're still heavily reliant. The gas is the backbone of our grid. And so, obviously we want to get off that. Renewables are part of the answer. But I hope that we're not just blanketing landscapes. And, even with agrivoltaics, there is maybe some better ways to do it than some of the other practices that we've done. But large swaths of land, that sort of cover landscapes. I hope it's not the direction we're going. I would love to see covered parking lots in cities where the panels are close to the load that they're serving, more on roofs, rooftops and things like that. And a long extension of Diablo Canyon, and push for the lifting the moratorium on new nuclear in California. And so I'll end with that.
Dan, thanks for your comment. Just to respond quickly, this is a little bit out of the scope of this committee, but I'm happy to talk with you offline and connect you to the people at the Energy Commission and the Resources Agency, so we can follow up on that. But I know it all intersects. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I know we have a question in the room. Let's just take our one last public comment and we'll come back to you. Evan Edgar.
Thank you, Evan Edgar, on behalf of the California Compost Coalition. I really want to commend the work of Pesticide Action Network. They're an integral part of the scoping plan, and they got a lot of key issues with Environmental Justice Advisory Committee to ensure to phase out pesticides. as organic composters statewide, we're totally supplying CDFA organic compost to the working lands of California and the croplands, and to phase out pesticides is a key thing to do. So everything possible to implement phasing out pesticides and regenerative agriculture with organic compost is a great strategy, and I totally support their work. Thank you.
Great, thanks. And a comment in the back of the room?
John Potter with the Kids Door, if you're to speak in favor of setting very strong, aggressive targets to reduce pesticides. Dan's webinar on vicious cycles on our website, your website, it's excellent work. Pesticides are not only a direct threat to the environment and to soils and to human health, but they're fossil fuels. So to get rid of fossil fuels, we've got to get rid of the pesticides. There's a lot better ways to do it, and we're support that.
Okay, Lori, back to you to wrap it up for us.
We have several questions actually for you, Adam, on data. And at a couple of past meetings, there have been requests for data around, for example, urban trees and the success rate and the numbers. But we need to probably be more specific in our requests to you. So I want to ask the committee, as we have made a few kinds of data requests of what does the state have, what kinds of figures, we need to hone those down to say, like, specifically, are we looking for a number of trees planted per year, failures, average failure rates, species composition, this kind of thing. So what I'd like to ask members of the committee is to put their data requests in writing so that the state is in a better position to respond to them. Because I know at the last meeting when this was brought up, there were some questions about, well, what exactly do you want from us? So I think the state, what I'm hearing from the state side is give us a little bit more specimens, the data requests. Chelsea brought up a really
good process on that. Our committee members just going to email me and Adam directly, and we'll compile.
I think that it makes the most sense.
Okay.
Unless we want to do it within each subgroup and then get it to you, but I would say facilitate the speed at which you got that. Can they copy me so that I can follow up? Or okay, so if you guys send in your data requests, just copy me on that. Chelsea brought up that there is an August 30th meeting that is apparently related to the 1757 Expert Advisory Committee, but none of us knew about it.
It's not, and it is a public listening session, and I flagged this at the last meeting in July. But this is an opportunity for us at the state to host a 2-hour conversation for anyone that wants to join to provide feedback on the targets and what those should look like. This is also posted on our website. So committee members are welcome to tune in and listen, but you have no formal role there. It is just a way for us at the state to gather more information in addition to this committee, but also tribal consultation and public engagement.
That's great clarification because the way it was posted was confusing.
Yeah, I just read what it said on here. It said that it's for advisory committee. So
Yeah, sorry, that was mislabeled.
Will you be doing a presentation or it's generally a question?
We'll be doing a short presentation, just what 1757 is, sort of what we did at the February 10th initial conversation, but really mostly we want to hear from people, and we posted a few questions on our website about the types of information that would be helpful to us. So we'll probably facilitate a conversation around those specific questions. Yeah.
And is there any expectation that we would use any of the information that comes in through that listening session in our recommendations, or this is
going to be totally separate? Yeah.
And the state has been very open about on its website, please send us comments in this way to provide a focal point for that perhaps. And there is a parallel agency process, as I understand it, where members, the different elements of the administration are all meeting around these targets as well. Is that correct?
Yep.
And I don't think there's any visibility from this committee into that. So we have some logistical issues here. On October 10th, we're going to be presenting our draft final report. Some groups haven't had an opportunity to really meet and coalesce around recommendations. Some of us met earlier in an under forum room to just talk about logistics. We had some thoughts and or questions for folks. As you can see today is we're beginning to have more concrete things, or I should say, more biologically robust things to talk about. There is much more input and much more interaction. And as a group, it's the only opportunity to really go back and forth. So these 4-hour meetings are great, but they're pretty limited. And so we have the opportunity to either say we want to add another meeting in September. When we brought it up before, this was not a terribly popular concept. But we could do that. We can extend our October meeting. So we could have our October meeting as a full day meeting as opposed to a 4-hour meeting. So that there is more opportunity back and forth. Materials for the meetings are posted a week in advance. So that means getting, if we want our draft reports to be circulated within the committee, they could be attached to that agenda, and that allows committee members to all look at everybody else's materials and come into the October 10th meeting more prepared to be able to comment on a basis. And I wanted to get a sense from the committee about our appetite for increasing engagement between here and October 10th, because the feedback that we do on the 10th is then going to be incorporated into the final, which is delivered on the 20th. So some groups need to commit to meet at least twice, probably between here and our next meeting. Is everybody enthusiastically saying, yes, we will get together so that we are able to actually deliver more in our additional groups. And then any feeling about the October meeting? My personal feeling is 4 hours is going to be too low. And, you know, we spend 8 hours on Zoom for our first meeting. If we could survive the excruciating, and I include Adam and Ara in that, and all day Zoom orientation meeting, I think we, getting together either for 6 or 8 hours on that day will give us a much better shot of having that kind of hospitalization. So can I get a sense from folks about October 10th?
Wait, can you clarify? Because you're saying the 10th, but it says the 12th up there.
Oh, sorry, I'm saying
12th or the 10th?
Sorry, it's the 12th. That's my area.
Okay, no problem.
We can do
So I don't mind meeting somewhat longer, but I would say that the first meeting that we had, it was a lot of people presenting material to you, and what we're talking about is, I think, more trying to do actual work, like hear what each other's presenting and then discuss. So I think 8 hours is not, I think you're gonna waste 3 hours where you're too tired and aren't being functional. That's my vote on that issue. And then I also think if it's the 12th, I think we need to talk as a group about whether what we want to do, what we're trying to achieve in that meeting, and then how between the 12th and the 20th, we're going to get to a final in terms so that we're not wasting a bunch of time on the 12th wordsmithing, which is super ineffective as a group. So like so that was rambly, but what I mean is I'm worried that my two groups may not be ready a week before the 12th. So that on the 12th, we might want to spend a half hour per group where we're hearing and giving general feedback. And then that after the meeting, that gets condensed into one document that a smaller group of people are jointly editing. But other people probably have to be better.
I just have a question on timeline. So I think basically we're supposed to have the full final draft ready by October 10th.
Yep.
And so I think in our earlier
12th.
meeting,
Yep,
sorry, 12th. Sorry, 12th. I have 12th
We
on my
need to
calendar.
get ourselves together.
So basically on the 1st of October, we really need to have something like a solid draft kind of ready to go. Is that kind of what we had talked about?
I mean, let's pull ourselves back to, we said no more than 2 pages. And initially I was going for 1 sheet of paper, 2 sides. And I was persuaded that, okay, we could go 2 pages, so 4. 2 pages. We're targeting, what we have talked about is targeting not comprehensive recommendations, but the most impactful recommendations. So just a few. We have a template which has a short amount of text that we're looking for on this. So I think defining in our minds what we really need to produce is really critical. And that is, we're not producing PhD theses by any manners of means. So yes, we should have this together at the very beginning of October if we want to circulate it across the group, unless, Jen, there's some other way for people to get prepped in advance for what each of the subgroups has done, so that they can prepare their thoughts and comments. Because I think the idea of just coming into the meeting, not having seen anything, we're not going to be nearly as productive as if we could have circulated across this group the full drafts at the beginning of October.
Beautiful.
Does it need to be in a public process in the full draft? So that means attached to the agenda, which is a week before October 5th.
So,
Yeah.
really more than a week. It has to go out.
Well, it's just an electronic, right? Yeah.
I wish it was that.
Yeah.
I know, because I can help
We
you.
don't even have Wi-Fi. You probably have a mimeograph.
We need to be meaty.
Saying,
We're not taking it personally.
Give them a direction.
Yeah.
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 Right.
Yeah.
So-
Sorry.
I think Matt might like to chime in. I just want to.
I don't know that.
Okay, sorry.
In the,
Okay, sorry, I forgot.
yeah. So we've got Marion, who had her hand up, Mark. Is there anybody else? Marion?
I agree with what Christine was saying about this meeting. I think 8 hours is too long, but I think like 11 and then lunch break and then afternoon and some breaks will do us all really good. So I think longer, but maybe not 8 hours.
6 hours. So we get together 10 to noon.
Yeah.
We have a break, come back after 40 minutes.
1 to 4. Like that. But I also, so I recall from one of our earlier meetings that there was talk that there's like a writer that's going to help us write all this into like a readable kind of thing. Is that still on the table?
It is still on the
Still on the table.
but they're think of them more in a copy edit. They're not going to be doing the writing.
Yeah.
We had hoped that there might be somebody who could have been through the process with us. They could have done more writing, but we need to produce the basic sections and more of an editor, filer,
Got it.
potential graphics.
Okay, got it. And then the other thing I was saying is like, nothing motivates people more like a shared deadline,
Yeah.
And we as a group could also agree, like our templates or the 2 or 4 pagers need to be finished by a certain time, in order to get us loaded up for this 12th meeting in the right way. So I guess what I'm suggesting is maybe just one more incremental step in there, which is like, and then our groups can all stick together on that too, because we're like obligated to that date, so just a method that I'm suggesting for this.
So Mark and then Carrie.
So I just did a little bit of math and 4 hours is about 30 minutes per group. Which obviously isn't enough to have a presentation and a discussion and public comment. So I don't mind scheduling with the longer, but I think we would probably serve ourselves well by committing to having no presentations on the groups and that an expectation of us that we've already read everyone and we're coming in here to discuss them and not to present. Because I think it'll be a lot of the.
There's a small problem with that, but I do want to check in on the state process because it's also a public process. So if there's no presentation, and then we are assuming that everybody who is attending has also read them, which I don't know if that assumption is going to be.
They're posted.
They're posted, but if you take it as an assumption and there's no presentation, I don't know.
We need one slide.
Yeah.
We need one slide
You're three from your three recommendations.
I mean, do that. All right, speed dating. Sorry, Carrie.
So this might have been something that would have been decided upon much earlier in the process, but just a quick question to Jen. Is there any interest or a need on behalf of CNRA to do a quick review of what we've written and give us comments back before we are meeting on it?
Yeah, you're delivering these recommendations to us, so yeah. No, I appreciate that. Yeah. So. I mean, this probably won't work with everyone's crazy schedules, but if you wanted to move the meeting, you could think about that. If you wanted to put it closer to October 20th, that doesn't give you much time. But if you wanted more time to write, I know, I'm just trying to keep flagging that because of that. So if you're gonna have written reports, those need to be to us. Those need to be posted 10 days in advance. So
10 days in advance.
So it's been 10 days. Yes.
So it's 2 full.
No, it's 10 visits, 10, yeah, 10, sorry, but that has always been. So, yeah.
I just wanted to know when you would need to get that in order to post them. So we
So
have our
it's
deadline
10,
here.
We need. Post them. So, yeah.
Probably on the first.
Because our web team needs, they've asked me for 48 hours, which they don't say. Yeah.
So it's the 29th of September.
Friday, 29th.
Friday.
It's on 29.
So,
Just don't put in figures.
yeah, because we're gonna have to make it all ADA compliant to post it. They will not post anything that's not ADA compliant. So you need to give us as much time as possible to do that, to give it to the web team so they don't send it back to us. So at least I would prefer 3 days, so we can have a day on our end, and then get it to the web team and give them their 48 hours.
Can I just follow up and ask, when you say give us 2 days, does that include the weekend? Or does that not include the weekend?
Yeah, I guess it's kind of about a weekend.
I'm just asking because I'm looking at my calendar and the 2nd is a Monday. That's the day you have to post it.
Yeah, so we have to give to them Thursday. I mean, yeah, Thursday, so give it to us Wednesday.
That's the This is gonna be interestingly tough because it's going farther back.
Well, the way, Laura, you and I, just to revisit conversations, is October 12th was verbal recommendations. So we're now adding this layer of written reports, which is awesome for us.
No, let's go back to what your previous.
We'll never have a.
We'll never have it finalized if it is simply verbal.
That's what-
Let's be clear.
Especially because like talking about the cross cutting issue.
Yeah.
All the way does.
But I just want to give them to them on 9/27.
Well, there's no way that we're gonna read them and actually share discussion.
Yeah. I think so. I mean, I'm in agreement with Mark.
Yes,
You know,
that's why I was saying that we wanted to be October 12th.
Recommendation. Don't have.
Yeah. Send the slides.
but then we might all read them, right?
Exactly, yeah.
You know,
Can I just suggest that, like, this can be drafty,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
And then these subgroups can still meet after they're posted.
absolutely.
And so it's not saying that we can't continue to
Right.
evolve
Yeah.
from what's posted on the 27th. But if we have nothing on the 27th, then we can't get the
Yeah.
feedback from them.
Yeah, sure.
So it seems like we just need to get something in writing so that the rest of us can have so we can have a more fruitful whole group discussion in each of these areas on the 12th. And then, but that it may behoove us to have the subgroup still meet between the 27th.
I think absolutely that the subgroup should be open and willing to meet based on feedback that we get in this context. Really, after. Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess I was also thinking about,
The 20th.
yes, but I was also talking about between the 27th and the 12th. If there's certain things that are not quite We could say, okay, this is an X right now. Now we know it's a 30.
Yeah.
When we present on the day of.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the report production can follow after. So what we're delivering to on the 20th is not going to be the fully edited, et cetera, because there won't have been time for that. So that will follow on after.
So your content's final on the
Yeah.
20th, but then we are working together to do the copy editing, polishing, design, the things.
Yeah. So, but our recommendations, the text that is the recommendations, you know, whatever, following through on each of the items that we have identified in our, how are we meeting what we've agreed to deliver in terms of it's actionable, it's proven, it's 5 to 10 years, it's considers an equity, environmental justice, you know, each of those elements that we have is regionally appropriate. We've looked at all those things. That text is what we need to be delivering. But for example, if we want to do graphs and pullouts, that doesn't have to happen, and we won't happen.
Is
So
it the 20th?
the 20th of October is the delivery date of our.
The 27th of September is when we have our draft text.
And does the table count as a big text?
Yes.
A table, but you gotta make the table ADA, so that's like no birthing of cells or anything like that, right? It's like.
So we should keep that.
Like Excel.
The appendix should not go into this verbal report. The appendix, you know, that table that we all have, processes and stuff, that was to guide thinking. That's to help us. Yeah, that's a working document, but it is not going to go into this report.
If I can make one additional logistics comment, if you're going to present your targets, beforehand and then have a meeting about them on the 12th, expect extra long public comment.
Yeah. It's just like today. The more specific we are, the more formal we are, the more engagement there's going to be.
Right, yeah.
And so when people think about, is it a half hour more? No, it's going to be longer. So I think that's why I'm suggesting that we extend the time of the meeting, because, you know, part of what we're doing is public transparency and engagement. And so thinking about, is there going to be anything controversial in here at all? Well, then expect to have some significant public comment, and that means at least 45 minutes to an hour, like I, you know, just in terms of how we do that. So I don't see how we get done in less than 6 hours. I'll be blunt. And I do think we need to build in breaks. There's no question. Get out, walk around, but I think we have to have.
I think your proposed schedule is good for that day. 10 to noon, lunch hour break, 1 to.
Okay. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a 6 hour.
It's only 5 hours.
It's 10 to noon and 1 to 5.
If we start later.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I know it's all.
I think it's discussion.
So what do we do? So there was 7 hours and there's 7 here. So you have an hour for each one. What happens when we're at Forests and it's 59 minutes and there's 12 more people? You just have to keep going.
Well, sometimes the state cuts public comment off, but today we didn't.
Right.
And
We have the authority to say.
we could say we are doing 20 minutes of public comment. And we could put it to.
Yeah.
But every agency department handles this a little bit differently. So you can
So
tell
we
me.
want to be sure.
Yeah, I mean, we will have engaged public comment. I think that what we started to see today, different interest groups will be mobilizing around what they think might be imperiling a current business model. More than climate change imperils their current business model in a time frame. And so, you know, they may comment more. Or they may want to imperil somebody else's business model. And so they're going to comment more. But, you know, deciding on how much public comment may also depend upon which, you know, not all of these will. Right. I think that urban, for example, will have nothing but supportive comment.
Okay, so we're shifting it 10 to 5, we'll send a new calendar hold. And you are sending me all of the reports. Lori, if you can compile all the reports and send it to us by the date.
Okay, I will do that.
So we'll send that.
Okay, send them all to me. I will compile them into a document that will provide to Jen in time. So if you don't, let me just say that big white pages are going in saying nothing. But nothing to say. It's all fine.
I just, we set a time for when you receive.
Okay, I will do that. I'll say that.
So you're not getting them at like 7.
Are you and Karen gonna work? Because I do think we need a structure for the discussion.
Yeah.
Like, you know how you made the slides to be this report out? We need a structure, like we're gonna discuss if you have any feelings about that.
Guys, we're beginning to break up into too many separate conversations.
Yeah, and I think there is not with the public comments, so that.
Okay, no, I don't mean slides. I mean, we're as a group, our goal on the 12th is to have, before then, have read everybody's reports and then synthesize our comments as a group, not wordsmithing, and to have a structure for that. I don't care about slides. I don't feel like we need slides, but whatever. But like, okay, we're going to talk about the targets themselves. Then we're going to talk about, did you see overlap with other groups and how do you want to resolve that? And then any other issues or whatever, so that there's a structure. So it's not just like forests. Let's have a random conversation about the targets for forest for an hour and then take public comments for 30 minutes. What's the, in order, yeah, what are the to-dos for each subcommittee so that we're in a better position to have our 20 written recommend an integrated product by the 20th. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion in terms of structuring the discussion of the group on the 12th. And we will work on that in such a way that it is much more, much less random. But I think what's happened is that, we all kind of wrapped our brains around the process, and that took several months. And then we wrapped our brains around our particular area, and then some people were away. Now everybody's back. It's the fall. Time is collapsing, and we really got to pull in. So please expect to hear back from us around these things. There was something here that you had flagged about follow up with CARB on travel and reimbursement. So I think this is for each advisory committee member that they need to follow up with CARB on travel and reimbursement.
Like your mileage or your hotels or anything covered with CARB.
Yeah. Yes. The man with money's over there. Are we officially done? May we call this
Do
meeting?
you want to take a last public comment for now?
It wasn't on the agenda.
Okay, okay, fine. I just, Matt Holmes had his hand up.
Well, I'm sorry?
Nathaniel has his hand up.
Okay, well, we don't actually have a public comment period. If this is a non-public comment, more for the executive, for the state. In other words, let us know, Nathaniel and Matt, do we need to make this as public comment open to everybody, or is this something you could follow up with John?
I just want to say I miss you guys. You guys did great.
We miss you. Someone said Matt. I
think so, but I don't think I see you.
Okay. Thank you. We'll expect to see you in October. Okay. Yes. All right. Thanks, everybody.
I'm going to
Thanks,
officially end the
everyone.
meeting.
Thanks, Kim.
Next.